Chapter 1469, Exposing the Cheaters. Chapter 1469, Exposing the Cheaters. 1469, Exposing the Cheaters. The moment Yuan activated the formation, several people on the battlefield suddenly started lighting up like a Christmas tree, their bodies glowing bright red. What the fuck is happening to me? Why am I glowing red? These players were shocked at first. Their shock turned into puzzlement when they noticed that not every player was glowing red. These players slowly came to a realization when they saw the other players who were glowing red had consumed performance-enhancing drugs right before the match began. Upon this realization, they started sweating profusely, and like paranoid individuals, they anxiously looked around to see if something was going to happen to them. However, nothing happened even after many moments. Eventually, these players stopped glowing red. Seeing this, they all sighed in relief. What happened just now? Why were all of those players glowing red? Xiaoxiao questioned out loud. Did someone from the Demon Ceiling faction use a technique? But none of them have moved yet, and nothing happened to those players who glowed red. What a weird phenomenon. Meanwhile, inside a large room filled with high-ranking officials from the Cultivators Association that managed the great battlefield, Chairman Li slammed the table in anger and shouted, "These cheating bastards! I cannot believe how many of them felt the need to cheat despite already having a major advantage. Do none of them know shame? Heavens! I also can't believe it. My eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when I first saw the number of players exposed as cheaters. Out of the almost 42,000 players from Fiery Locust Swarm, a whopping 30,000 of them glowed red. This meant that more than half of their players were cheating with performance-enhancing drugs. To think that even their leader, Su Shijian, a spirit lord, would resort to cheating when they outnumber their opponents 10,000 to 1. How disgusting. Is this formation really reliable? I cannot fathom how nearly the entire faction is cheating in what seems like a guaranteed victory without the need for drugs. Why would they do something so risky and stupid? One of the people there asked out loud. I cannot tell you what's going through their minds, but I can assure you that player Yuan is trustworthy. He wouldn't lie about something like this, as it wouldn't benefit him in any way. Chairman Li said, let's say the formation is working as intended, and all these players are cheating. What now? Do we remove all of them? That would greatly disturb the match, another person asked. No, we won't remove them. In fact, we won't do anything. What? You're just going to let them cheat? Yes. This is what player Yuan personally requested. After all, he asked me to turn a blind eye to these cheaters until after the match. Why on earth would he do that? He could have reduced his enemy's forces by 3/4 without doing a single thing. Maybe he wasn't expecting for there to be so many cheaters? Whatever the reason, since it's his request, he cannot blame us for not acting even if it results in his faction's defeat. Sure enough, Yuan hadn't expected the formation to expose so many cheaters. In fact, he even doubted the formation's accuracy. Of course, Yuning assured him that the formation was working properly. More than half of them are cheating. Huh? Well, that won't change anything. Huh? What did you just say? Wang Bingbing and the others turned to look at him with wide eyes. Did you just say that more than half of them are cheating? They have over 40,000 players against our 5, for heaven's sake. Wu Zhao cried out loud. Yuan smiled and said, so what if they are cheating? Even if all of them are cheating, it just means that they will be slightly stronger than anticipated. It won't change anything. Anyways, they have begun to move. There are 129 players coming our way. Who want to show off first? Shirlang stepped forward with a resolute face and said, I will go. Very well. Yuan nodded and started playing the zither. The moment Shirlang heard the music, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his body, his reflexes sharpening and his body becoming lighter. It was as if he had been reborn into a stronger, more capable version of himself. What in heaven's name is this? Shirlang inspected his body with a shocked expression. I just gave you some buffs, that's all. How do you feel? He responded with a bright smile, like I can fight against the entire world, much less 100 players. You'll encounter them if you move straight in that direction. Yuan raised his arm and pointed in a certain direction. Without saying anything else, Lang tightly gripped his spear and started running toward the approaching enemy. Oh, what do we have here? The demon sealing faction has started moving, but they're only sending a single member into battle. Xiaoxiao commented. Heavens, look how fast he's moving. He'll encounter the fiery locust swarm in no time. And despite moving far away from Yuan, Lang could still somehow hear his music. My body is still growing stronger. What a mythical technique. Sometime later, Lang stopped moving when he noticed a group of individuals in the distance. The group also stopped moving when they noticed Lang. Is he alone? Seriously? Ha ha ha. This is practically a free match. While the fiery locust swarm players stood in place to laugh, Lang activated his movement technique and quickly closed their distance. Seeing this, the fiery locust swarm players did not panic and only laughed louder. He really thinks he could take us on by himself. Most of these players were spirit apprentices, and only 6 were spirit masters. Lang didn't even bother speaking to them. The moment he was close enough, he started swinging and thrusting his spear. The fiery locust swarm players tried to surround him, but Lang was simply too fast for them and quickly overwhelmed them. Crack! 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 The fiery locust swarm players' badges were destroyed rapidly, and in just a few minutes, Lang took all of their lives without breaking a sweat or being hit once. Chapter 1470 Demon Sealing Factions Prowess. Chapter 1470 Demon Sealing Factions Prowess. 1470 Demon Sealing Factions Prowess. Amazing. With swift movements, player Lang has managed to defeat 100 players all by himself without getting hit once. Xiaoxiao exclaimed in excitement. D. Shortly after Lang defeated the players, Su Boken's tablet notified him of his players' deaths and the locations of their deaths. Due to the spacious expanse of the arena, the leaders of each faction are equipped with a tablet that monitors their own players' location and available members. Regrettably, the tablet's capabilities were limited, leaving them blind to their enemy's location until it was too late. Meanwhile, Yuan's divine sense was strong enough to cover the entire island, much less the arena, allowing him to see every player on the battlefield like a god. After a player is defeated, they have to leave the battlefield immediately, and any interaction with those still participating is strictly forbidden. Sometime later, Su Wuyang decided to send more players to the Demon Sealing Factions castle. 3,000 players were split into 3 groups, with 1,000 players in each group. Moreover, each of these groups took separate paths. One group advanced in a straight line, heading to where the previous group was defeated, while the other 2 groups advanced north and south. Looks like the fiery locust swarm decided to ramp things up for the Demon Sealing faction. How will they deal with this predicament? Xiaoxiao commented. Seeing this, Yuan used his divine sense to communicate with Lang. There are another 1,000 players advancing towards you. Most of them are spirit apprentices and spirit warriors with 30 spirit masters. 1,000, huh? Looks like I can no longer hold back. A nervous smile appeared on Lang's face after hearing this information. Even with his talent and experience, fighting 1,000 players at once would be difficult. After speaking with Lang, Yuan spoke to Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao. He looked at Wang Bingbing and said, "I'll leave the north to you. They have 1,000 players." Okay. He shifted his gaze to Wu Zhao next and continued, "You can take the south. You'll also face 1,000 players." 1,000 players without any warm-up? Huh? No matter. The ancient rank technique will be mine. An excited smile appeared on Wu Zhao's face as he elegantly fanned his face. In your dreams, Wu Zhao, the reward will be mine. Wang Bingbing exclaimed as she started advancing toward the north. We shall see about that. Wu Zhao replied as he advanced toward the south. What is this? Both Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao from the Demon Sealing faction also began moving, and they appear to be heading directly toward the fiery locust swarms players. How is this possible? It's almost as if they can see everyone's movements. Xiaoxiao expressed her surprise and confusion after seeing the demon sealing faction's movements. The spectators were also bewildered and began wondering if the demon sealing faction had a technique for seeing their opponent's location. Is that why many of the fiery locust swarm members glowed red at the beginning of the match? It must have been caused by the demon sealing faction and have some kind of tracking effect. The audience quickly misunderstood the situation. Meanwhile, Mei Feng approached Yuan and asked, "Are you just going to stay here and wait until they are defeated?" Normally, the ruler would stay within the castle and be heavily guarded, but it didn't matter if Mei Feng stayed inside or outside due to their insignificant number. In fact, she found it safer beside Yuan. "No, I will be supporting them." Yuan retrieved his dagger and activated the technique 10,000 Ghostblade, cloning his dagger until there were 300 daggers floating around him. "Go!" He commanded the daggers to fly into the air before splitting them into 3 groups and sending 100 daggers to each of his players. What a mythical technique! Player Yuan just created hundreds of daggers out of thin air to support his fellow players. I cannot even imagine the control required for such a feat, Yin Xiaoxiao commented. Meanwhile, the judges who evaluated and approved Yuan's techniques were shocked after watching this. What? He only created 50 daggers during the evaluation. I thought that was the extent of his abilities. He actually held back during an evaluation? Isn't that prohibited? He could be disqualified for this. Honestly, we should have seen this coming. There was no way player Yuan would be so weak. And it's not like cloning his weapons directly poses any danger to the players. Let's just see where this goes. Wang Bingbing and the others quickly noticed the daggers following them from the sky. "I thought you weren't going to do anything?" Wu Zhao asked him. Yuan smiled and said, "I didn't say I'd do nothing. Don't worry, I won't take your kills unless absolutely necessary if that's what you're worried about. I'm actually feeling relieved to know that you'll be watching my back." Wang Bingbing smiled. "Fight to your heart's content. Although I will be watching your back, I will only intervene if you're guaranteed to die." Lang first encountered the members of the fiery locust swarm sometime later, as he was closest to their castle. What the? The fiery locust swarm players were taken aback when they saw Lang, who was being followed by 100 floating daggers, feeling a little intimidated by his presence. "Let's dance, you cheating bastards." Lang immediately confronted them with a brave smile on his face. Rain Dragon's crushing waves. Lang's first action was a martial technique, and like an unstoppable tsunami, he clashed with the enemy, who saw the figure of a blue dragon around Lang right before he reached them. Everyone at the front of the group was sent flying the next second, their badges shattered. In the blink of an eye, over 100 players from the fiery locust swarm side were defeated. However, the fiery locust swarm players reacted quickly and surrounded Lang. Seeing this, Lang released his cultivation. His spirit grandmaster aura crushed those around him without injuring them, slightly restricting their movements. He then spun his spear above him, scattering his spiritual energy in every direction. Those who were struck by his spiritual energy were immediately sent flying. Fuck, he's much stronger than our spirit grandmasters. Even Subuqin, who is a spirit lord, might not be his match. These players were shocked by Lang's prowess, but they did not give up hope and started ganging up on him, attacking him from every direction. Lang used his movement technique to avoid most of them and deflected the rest. Even though he was surrounded, he only had to fight several of them at once due to the lack of space. The enemy players were also distracted by the flying daggers in the sky, fearing that they would suddenly start attacking them. However, when the flying daggers remained still even many minutes later, these players started ignoring them and focused on defeating Lang, who had already defeated half of them at this point. The flying daggers must be for show only, a mere distraction. Let's focus on him. Yeah, he must be getting tired by now. Don't give up. At the same time, Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao just entered their own battle with the enemy. Chapter 1471, Demon Sealing Factions Prowess 2. Chapter 1471, Demon Sealing Factions Prowess 2. 1471 Demon Sealing Faction's Prowess, 2. Embraced by Heaven's Breath. With a casual wave of his sleeves and fan, Wu Zhao conjured a gust of wind infused with spiritual energy, which he directed towards the group of players charging towards him. The wind, though not physically harmful, was a force to be reckoned with. It tore through the air, shattering the players' badges into countless pieces, a sight that sent a wave of panic through their ranks. Be badge. Quickly. Protect your badges. The players swiftly reached for their badges, protecting them from the wind by embracing them with their palms. Seeing this, Wu Zhao charged into their formation and started smacking the enemy players in the face with his fan. The moment these players removed their hand from their badges or fought back, Wu Zhao immediately went for their badges. Fuck! How is he so fast and slippery? Bastard's like an eel. They cursed at him. Despite their best efforts, none of the fiery locust swarm players were able to touch Wu Zhao's shadow, much less a hair on his body. In fact, Wu Zhao boasted the fleetest footwork and most agile movements among all members of the Demon Sealing faction, second only to Yuan. Due to his choice of weapon, he couldn't effectively block other larger weapons with his small fan, so he focused on avoiding his enemies. Sometime later, even though Wu Zhao started his fight later than Shirlang, he managed to defeat all 1,000 enemies before Shirlang. Although Shirlang also defeated all 1,000 enemies, he did not come out unscathed and was struck several times. However, he managed to keep his badge safe. During their entire fight, Yuan did not assist them even once. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing was still in the middle of her fight, and she was struggling the most. She was neither as nimble as Wu Zhao, nor had a long weapon like Shirlang. With that said, she was not weak by any means and still managed to defeat almost 1,000 enemies, albeit with some help from Yuan. After defeating about 900 players alone, Wang Bingbing started feeling fatigued, causing her movements to become more sluggish. One of the enemy players eventually broke through her defenses and would have destroyed her badge if not for Yuan's interference. Right when Wang Bingbing was on the verge of losing her life, the daggers that had been inactive and silently watching the fight like a spectator suddenly moved, blocking the strike that would have taken her life. Wang Bingbing clenched her teeth in frustration after seeing this and decided to stop holding back. They were right. Trying to fight them while holding back so much is incredibly difficult and exhausting. Wang Bingbing stopped being defensive and started attacking more aggressively. Wandering Phantom Sword Arts. Wang Bingbing's figure became blurry and even looked like she had multiplied, splitting into 4 separate figures. What the? The remaining players were surprised by her sudden aggression and use of martial techniques, as she had fought them without any techniques this entire time. If you don't want any broken bones, you'd better block this properly. Wang Bingbing warned them as she charged at them without hesitation. My hands. I think my fingers are broken. Wang Bingbing purposefully aimed for their hands, as such injuries are not considered severe unless she chopped off their fingers. After defeating her opponents, Wang Bingbing fell to her buttocks and immediately started cultivating to restore her energy. You're holding back a little too much and wasting energy by doing so, Yuan said to her. I'm worried that I accidentally used too much strength, she sighed. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry. I will stop you if I sense that anything might go wrong. Okay, then I will stop holding back. Wang Bingbing nodded excitedly. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao continued her commentary. The Demon Sealing faction is truly something. Each of their members has managed to defeat 1,000 players all by themselves. The audience also chatted. While undeniably impressive, they have yet to defeat even 10% of the fiery locust swarm's entire army, right? And how long can they keep this up? They'll probably be too exhausted even to lift their weapons after another battle or two. Su Buqin looked at his tablet with a pondering expression. They managed to intercept and defeat all 3 of our groups, He didn't immediately send more players onto the field and waited. Sometime later, several players from the fiery locust swarm returned to the castle after scouting the battlefield and recalled everything they witnessed to Su Buqin. What? They only have 5 players, including the ruler? That's impossible. They're surely hiding inside the castle or somewhere on the field. Chu Wuyang doubted this information. Unlike the audience, the fiery locust swarm had no idea that they were not fighting against the entire demon sealing faction, but just half. That's what I thought too, but their ruler was not hiding in their castle, but standing out in the open in front of their castle with player Yuan. The other 3 players were fighting our players on the field. No, that can't be. Look again. I don't believe that they're facing us with just 4 people. Chu Wuyang ordered these scouts to redo their scouting. Yes, these scouts immediately returned to the battlefield and thoroughly searched the entire battlefield for the missing 7 players. Yuan naturally knew about these scouts, but purposefully ignored them to see how Chu Wuyang would react to their information. An hour later, the scouts returned with their results. It's real. They only have 5 players on the field. We've searched the entire battlefield, but couldn't find the others. I even sneaked inside their castle to see if they were hiding inside, but as expected, it was empty. Chu Wuyang narrowed his eyes and pondered the meaning behind their actions. Is this a trap? Or are they seriously looking down on us? After pondering for several minutes, Chu Wuyang looked at the 39,000 people waiting in front of their castle with a resolute face and shouted, "The demon sealing faction dares to look down on us and mock us by sending just 5 of their 12 players to confront us in this faction war. Let's show them the consequences of mocking us by trampling over them and shattering their arrogance." The players roared, causing the place to tremble. Shortly later, Chu Wuyang, accompanied by his entire faction of 39,000 players, marched towards the demon sealing faction's castle. Chapter 1472, An Endless Battle. Chapter 1472, An Endless Battle. 1472, An Endless Battle. Oh my. It looks like the fiery locust swarm has had enough and decided to end this once and for all. Although the demon sealing faction has done an excellent job repelling their enemy so far, how are they going to react to the fiery locust swarm's full aggression? Xiaoxiao's voice trembled from excitement. Ha ha ha. It's over for the demon sealing faction. There's no way they can defend against this with just 4 people. Hurry up and end this so I can get my winnings. The audience could feel their heartbeat increasing with every step the fiery locust swarm took toward the demon sealing faction's castle. Seeing the fiery locust swarms move, Yuan used his divine sense to speak to Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao. Make your way to Shilang. The fiery locust swarm has finally decided to act. All of them are advancing toward Shilang's direction. Wang Bingbing and Wu Zhao, who had been cultivating to replenish their spiritual energy, immediately stood up and started running toward Shilang's direction. They should still have around 39,000 players left, right? Are you telling us to stop them with just the 3 of us? Wu Zhao asked. Yuan smiled and said, I don't expect you guys to defeat all of them by yourselves, but I want you to defeat as many as you can. I will take over once you guys can no longer continue. Also, I doubt they'll all attack you at once. I hope you're right. They regrouped with Shilang sometime later and prepared to confront the fiery locust swarm. They will arrive soon. After a while, a multitude of people emerged on the horizon, advancing steadily towards them like a vast sea. Wang Bingbing and the others exchanged nervous glances as they stood face to face with the approaching army, their throats dry with apprehension. Nothing could have readied them for this confrontation. Chu Wuyang, who was leading the army from the front, stopped moving and silently stared at Wang Bingbing and the others. He narrowed his gaze as he questioned, Is it true that only 5 of you are participating in this faction war? So what if it's true? Shilang replied, Are you looking down on us? So what if we are? Wu Zhao sneered. Chu Boken's body trembled in anger. He pointed at them and roared, Where's player Yuan? Tell him to get his ass over here. If you want to fight Yuan, you'll have to get past US first. Oof. Who do you think you are? A bunch of arrogant bastards. It won't take any effort to get rid of you. If it won't take any effort to get rid of us, why did you bother risking everything with performance-enhancing drugs? Wu Zhao asked as he fanned his face, which wore a cheeky smile. What did you say? Su Bokin's face immediately darkened with a deep frown. The players of Fiery Locust Swarm also became anxious upon hearing such words. What? You think we wouldn't know? Shi Lang chuckled. Those are hefty accusations, but I'll grant you the opportunity to retract them. Su Bokin's voice thundered with anger. There's no point trying to hide it. Chairman Li and the organizers are already aware of it. Wang Bingbing said, if they know, why haven't they taken any action? We should have been disqualified the moment they knew. This proves that you're just making baseless accusations. It's okay if you don't believe us. You'll find out once our match ends. Don't worry, it will end soon. Su Buqin pointed his sword at them and roared in a commanding voice. If you are a spirit apprentice, attack them. But don't let them suffer a quick defeat. Wear them out and make them regret tarnishing our faction's reputation. Hundreds of players immediately detached from the formation and charged at Wang Bingbing and the others. Seeing this, the Demon Sealing faction immediately raised their weapons and prepared to fight back. Despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, the Fiery Locust Swarm has refrained from unleashing their full force. Xiaoxiao narrated. Surrounded on all sides with no avenue of escape, Wang Bingbing and the others found themselves in a relentless onslaught. Yet, unlike before, they weren't besieged by the entire enemy force at once and only needed to focus on one player at a time. However, with every player they defeated, another swiftly stepped into the fray, ensuring that their battle continued without giving them a chance to catch their breath. 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Despite defeating thousands of players, they were still surrounded with no end in sight. The enemy forces dwindled slightly and at a sluggish pace. Meanwhile, Wang Bingbing and the others found themselves rapidly depleting their energy, their endurance stretched to its limits in this seemingly endless battle. In fact, if it hadn't been for Yuan's interference every now and then through the flying daggers, they would have long lost their lives. How long do we have to keep this up? Shi Lang cried out loud. While it appeared to the others that he was talking to himself, his words were actually directed at Yuan. If you want to give up, you can. However, I will tell Leah to give special training sessions to the first one to give up. Yuan spoke to them with divine sense. When they heard his words, the thought of giving up immediately vanished from their head. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, after taking down 7,000 opponents together, they were so worn out they could barely lift their weapons, let alone swing them. Keep pushing them. They're on the verge of collapse. Su Buqin laughed out loud. Player Yuan, are you seeing this? Stop hiding and get your ass out here. Meanwhile, the audience marveled at the Demon Sealing faction's remarkable endurance. Goodness gracious, the Demon Sealing faction has put on quite the spectacle. None of us could have foreseen the extent of their struggle. Sadly, it seems they can hardly press on, Xiaoxiao remarked, voicing the astonishment shared by the onlookers. A few more minutes later, just as Wang Bingbing fell to her knees from exhaustion, Yuan's voice resounded. You guys have done enough. I will take over from here. Chapter 1473, A Single Move. Chapter 1473, A Single Move. 1473, A Single Move. After Yuan spoke with Wang Bingbing and the others through divine sense, he pulled his finger across the zither on his lap, creating a powerful ripple that swept throughout the entire battlefield. The ripple traversed at the speed of sound, reaching Wang Bingbing and the others in just a few seconds. As the ripple swept the crowd, every player who had been touched by the ripple was sent tumbling to the ground. Another ripple appeared a second later. When Wang Bingbing and the others were touched by this ripple, they felt their spiritual energy recover a good amount, more than enough for them to move. Come back. Yuan's voice resounded again. Without hesitation, the three of them stood up and started running back to the Demon Sealing faction's castle. They're trying to escape. Don't let them get away. Chase. Chase after them. Su Buqin hastily shouted when he saw this, and he quickly started chasing after them, with the rest of his faction following behind. Although the spirit apprentices and spirit warriors were quickly left behind, the spirit grandmasters, who were full of energy, quickly caught up with them. However, right when they're about actually to catch up, Yuan interrupts them with the flying daggers. Fuck! This must be Player Yuan's doing. Why are you still hiding like a coward, Player Yuan? Come out and face us if you dare. You are the one who challenged us, not the other way around. As they approached the Demon Sealing faction's territory, Yuan said to Mei Feng, I will go now. What about me? Stay here. The others will be returning soon. Okay. Yuan turned to face the fiery locust swarm and flew toward their direction. Player Yuan is finally on the move, and he's speeding toward the fiery locust swarm like a bullet. Xiaoxiao's voice brimmed with excitement as she witnessed the scene, her shout echoing loudly through the air. Does he really think he'll be able to defeat the fiery locust swarm by himself? They still have over 30,000 players left. Does he think he can enter the scene at the last second and defeat the enemy like a hero? What an arrogant and delusional bastard. Why is he so popular, anyway? We don't even know his capabilities. He may be a top player but nobody has seen him in action before. I think he was already famous before. If I recall correctly, he was a musician, being the #1 player and boosted such popularity. What makes him a #1 player? Because he ascends faster than everyone else? I don't think that is a good indicator. Sometime later, Yuan reached his destination. The Demon Sealing faction players stopped running when they saw Yuan. Su Buqin and everyone else stopped chasing after them and lifted their head to look at Yuan, who hovered above them like a deity. Yuan. Wang Bingbing felt like crying when she saw him, especially after what she had just experienced. He smiled at her and said, Good work, you guys. Regroup with Miss Mei Feng and get some rest. I will take care of them now. I can stay behind just in case, said Shirlang. You can stay here to watch if you want, but you won't have a chance to help. That's good enough. I want to see how you'll deal with them. Shirlang nodded. That's not fair. I also want to watch. Wang Bingbing said. Wu Zhao shook his head and said, Guess he'll return alone. Don't you dare let them get to the castle, Yuan. Yuan acknowledged with a confident smile. As Wu Zhao left the scene, Yuan retrieved his sword and swung at the ground. Sha! He engraved a long sword mark in the ground that served as a line, separating him and the Demon Sealing faction members. None of you will make it past this line, Yuan declared in a calm voice with an overbearing aura around him. Ha ha! You sure act big for someone on the verge of defeat, Player Yuan. Su Buqin pointed his sword at Yuan and laughed. On the verge of defeat? Who decided that? Open your eyes and see for yourself. You're the only one who can fight from your side, while we still have over 32,000 players left. We outnumber you 32,000 to 1. Even you can't do anything about this. Yuan's gaze swept across the army below him, sending chills down their back. Without saying a word, he retrieved his zither and pulled a single string. Heaven-severing zither arts. Ding! A profound ripple swept the battlefield, instantly destroying over 7,000 badges from the fiery locust swarm side. Now, I am only outnumbered 25,000 to 1. Yuan spoke in a calm voice a moment later. What? Not only the members of the fiery locust swarm, but also every single spectator present was shaken to their core by the sight of Yuan effortlessly dispatching 7,000 players in the blink of an eye. Heavens! What did we just witness? With a single move, Player Yuan eliminated over 7,000 players from the battlefield. What a power play! Xiaoxiao couldn't contain her excitement and started shouting like a fangirl. The judges who evaluated his techniques stared at the live stream with their jaws touching the ground. What monstrous control! I thought it was already amazing enough when he accurately hit 500 targets at once during the evaluation. Xia Jingyi's expression reflected sheer awe as she murmured, What level of mastery and control must one attain to achieve even half of what had just done? Meanwhile, Yuan continued speaking as he stared at Su Buqin. I could easily wipe all of you with a single note, but that would take away all the fun, so I only remove those who aren't under the effects of performance-enhancing drugs. As for the rest of you, sorry, but it'll have you stick around for a little longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1474, Unparalleled Dominance. Chapter 1474, Unparalleled Dominance. 1474, Unparalleled Dominance. After witnessing Yuan's overwhelming prowess, the fiery locust swarm players subconsciously started taking steps backward, almost as though they were unwilling to confront him. Seeing this, Chu Wuyang angrily roared at them. "What the fuck are you guys doing?" He must have consumed most, if not all, of his energy with that one attack just now. There is nothing to fear. We still overwhelmingly outnumber him. After hearing his words, the players stopped moving back, which made sense. After all, there was no way a mere spirit grandmaster would have enough spiritual energy to repeat such a powerful technique. They clenched tightly onto their weapons and advanced toward Yuan, who casually hovered in the air. Chu Wuyang pointed his weapon at Yuan and shouted, "Come down and fight us if you dare." Yuan smiled and descended to the ground. "I was going to do that even without your yapping. After all, how else am I going to beat you all?" He tossed the zither in his hands to Wang Bingbing, who swiftly caught it. Then, wielding a sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left, Yuan approached the nearest player. Seeing Yuan approaching him, the player immediately released a war cry before swinging his weapon. Yuan countered with his dagger, blocking the attack. Then, using his sword, disarmed the player. After disarming the player, Yuan started smacking him in the face with the sword until both of his cheeks were swollen, destroying his badge half a second later. This happened in less than 3 seconds, leaving the player confused and baffled. However, Yuan did not stop after eliminating the player and immediately moved to the next one. The players tried to fight back, but none of them were able to block his attacks, much less land hit on him. In less than a minute, Yuan eliminated over 20 players, none of whom left the battlefield without being badly beaten. Why are you fighting him one at a time? Surround him and attack him together. Chu Wuyang instructed. The players followed his instructions and quickly surrounded Yuan before attacking him together from all directions. However, no matter how many people attacked him at once, Yuan flawlessly blocked their attack, even striking back. The players felt like they were fighting someone with more than 2 arms. Chu Wuyang would occasionally send a few spirit masters into the fray to catch him by surprise, but this was completely ineffective. It was almost as if spirit masters were not different from spirit apprentices in his eyes. "Let's speed this up a little, shall we?" Yuan suddenly tossed his dagger into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it duplicated until 1,000 flying daggers were in the sky. Wah! Before the players could even react, the daggers rained down upon them, smacking them in the faces and stabbing their bodies. The players desperately tried to defend themselves, but they were simply powerless. In the blink of an eye, the fiery locust swarm had dropped to 20,000 members. Fuck, how is he still fighting like this? He should have exhausted his spiritual energy long ago. Chu Wuyang anxiously gritted his teeth. Sometime later, he commanded 100 spirit masters and 3 spirit grandmasters to run past Yuan and target the demon sealing faction's ruler. "Even if you capture their ruler, don't take their life yet," he said to them. Yes, these players ignored the battle between Yuan and the other players, running past him. However, right as they reached the sword mark, they sensed a cold gaze bearing down on them, sending chills throughout their entire body. "I thought I said nobody would make it past the line?" Yuan's voice resounded, followed by an unfathomable pressure that restricted all of their movements. Heavenly Domain. Upon Heavenly Domain's activation, all the players on the field felt as though their bodies were being restricted in invisible chains. It did not matter whether they were spirit apprentices or a spirit lord like Chu Wuyang. None of them could lift a single finger within the Heavenly Domain. What is happening on the battlefield? Why did everyone's movement suddenly halt? It's as if they're all frozen in time. What a phenomenon! Xiaoxiao expressed bewilderment after witnessing the scene. Wait a moment. I take back my words just a second ago. It appears that everyone but player Yuan is frozen. This must be his doing. What kind of technique did he use to stop their movements? The judges who evaluated him felt their souls leaving their bodies after witnessing this. He could completely restrict the movements of 20,000 people with that technique. That's totally cheating. He purposefully misled us during the evaluation again. They had experienced heavenly domain firsthand during the evaluation, but their movements were not completely stripped away. They were only made sluggish. Meanwhile, while the entire battlefield was frozen in time, Yuan casually walked out of his encirclement and approached the players to try to get past the sword mark, each of his steps calm and steady, almost as though he had all the time in the world. Heavens! It's like he's taking a stroll in the park. What was he planning on doing next? Xiaoxiao's voice shivered from anticipation. As Yuan approached the group of players behind the sword mark, he raised his sword in a batting motion before striking them in the stomach with swift, precise blows, sending them hurtling back to soup Bokenside like mere insects swatted away. He continued to do this for the next several minutes until all of those players were back right where they started. Afterward, he walked right back into the encirclement and released the heavenly domain, allowing them to move again. Let's continue, shall we? Yuan beckoned the dazed players surrounding him. Yet, none of them dared to move. His recent actions rendered not only the players, but also the entire audience speechless, stunned by the display of his unparalleled power and dominance. Chapter 1475, End of the Faction War. Chapter 1475, End of the Faction War. 1475, End of the Faction War. Seeing how nobody dared to approach him, Yuan approached them himself. That fucking monster. How's he still have the energy to do that kind of stuff? The players who were swatted like flies all spat out some blood after spending a few moments on the ground groaning in pain. More like, where is he even getting the energy to do that when we can't use our powerful techniques because of the lack of spiritual energy in the air? Leader, what should we do now? Chu Shijian clenched his teeth and fists until they bled. I refuse to believe that he's not exhausted after all that. He must be running low. We still have plenty of players to spare, too. He raised his voice and continued. Do not fear. He's definitely running out of energy. It's only a matter of time. Whoever brings down player Yuan will receive $1 million and a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Hearing this, the players roared and started charging at him again, their eyes raging with determination. This is more like it. Yuan laughed out loud as he continued his dance with the fiery Locust Swarm players. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. As time passed, the players began doubting whether Yuan was really tired, much less exhausted. His movements remained fluid, and his breathing steady, mirroring the calmness he exhibited when the fight initially began. Leader, when is he going to run out of energy? The Spirit Grandmasters, waiting for their turn to strike, asked. We're down to 15,000 players. At this rate, take 5,000 players and charge through the line. My name is not Chu Shijian, if he can stop you. He commanded. Yes. Thus, the Spirit Grandmasters gathered 5,000 players from the rear of the formation and made another attempt to cross the line. When Wang Bingbing and Shi Lang saw this, they prepared to intercept them. Yet again, just as these players were on the verge of crossing the line, an invisible force constrained their movements, thwarting their advance. It's okay. Don't panic. He won't be able to restrict our movements for much longer. Chu Shijian shouted. Yuan looked at him and smiled. Do you want to put that theory to the test? After all, we still have plenty of time left for our match. After saying those words, he took a seat on the ground and closed his eyes. Looks like player Yuan has used the mysterious technique to restrict his enemy's movements again. But why isn't he doing anything? A few minutes later, Xiaoxiao seemed to have realized something and commented, I think player Yuan is trying to tell the fiery locust swarm something, that he could do this all day if he wanted. As expected of player Yuan, his confidence and arrogance are simply off the chart. But let's see how long he can truly last. Surely, that technique consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. 10 minutes later. Fuck. How much longer do we have to stay like this? My butt is itchy, but I cannot relieve it. Who said he was getting exhausted? What a load of bullshit. Leader, please do something about this. With each passing moment of their movement being restricted by Yuan, the anxiety among the fiery locust swarm players surged, intensifying their sense of unease. Player Yuan, how long do you plan on messing with us? Fight us fair and square. Xiu Mei roared at him. Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Xiu Mei. Fair and square? That's funny coming from you. And if I don't mess with you a little, our match would have ended the moment it started, he said as he stood up and approached Xiu Mei. Be bullshit. Yuan stopped in front of him and sneered. Bullshit? I could have easily destroyed all of your badges in the last 10 minutes instead of doing nothing. He raised his hand and gently poked Xiu Boken's badge with his sword. I could have eliminated all of you with my first move. He lowered his sword and asked, Do you know why I didn't? Why? Xiu Mei asked in a trembling voice. Because I wanted to enjoy something before it ceases to exist. Huh? What are you even talking about? Xiu Mei wore a puzzled frown on his face. Little did he know that following this match, Yuan would create a formation enabling players to unleash their full strength without the looming fear of inadvertently causing harm to one another, which would inevitably change faction wars completely. Thus, he decided to enjoy it a little before that happened. You'll understand it soon, or not, since he'll be prohibited from participating in any future matches for using performance-enhancing drugs. Anyways, I guess it's about time I wrap this up. It was fun at the beginning, but I'm getting bored and did not want to look like a bully. The following moment, Yuan deactivated Heavenly Domain and used 10,000 Ghost Blades to clone his dagger to the technique's limit of 10,000. As 10,000 daggers ominously hovered above the battlefield, exuding a menacing aura, the fiery locust swarm players hesitated to make a move despite having regained their ability to do so. Seconds later, the daggers descended with swift and brutal precision, resulting in a scene that could only be described as a merciless massacre. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 players were eliminated. After another blink, the remaining players were also eliminated, with just one player remaining. I'll give you a chance, Yuan said as he looked at Xiu Mei, who wore a look of disbelief on his face. Don't worry, I won't use any techniques. Xiu Mei gritted his teeth, his grip on his weapon tightening as he charged fiercely at Yuan. A few seconds later, in less than 10 exchanges, Yuan sent Xiu Mei tumbling face first to the ground. Is this the best you can do after stuffing your face with treasures and performance-enhancing drugs? Even the weakest member of Eternal Lotuses lasted longer than you. How disappointing. Yuan threw his sword at Xiu Mei, shattering the badge around his waist and putting an end to their match. Chapter 1476 Post-Match Speech. Chapter 1476 Post-Match Speech. 1476 Post-Match Speech. Looks like we have a winner. Against all odds, the Demon Ceiling faction has managed to defeat the fiery locust swarm and emerge victorious in this faction war. Xiaoxiao announced in excitement. Let's all give a round of applause to the Demon Ceiling faction for their outstanding performance and the fiery locust swarm for their effort. However, instead of celebrating, the majority of the audience was crying and cursing out loud, as they had bet a lot of money on the fiery locust swarm's victory. Fiery locust swarm, you sons of bitches. I bet my entire savings on you. How could you lose to 5 players with over 40,000 players? You're fucking trash. Fuck, this must have been a setup to steal our money. There's no way the Demon Ceiling faction won this. It just doesn't make sense. Right, that frozen movement bullshit must have been an act. There's no way such a powerful technique could exist. The audience erupted into an uproar, leaving Xiaoxiao feeling a tinge of panic. She knew the Demon Ceiling faction's victory would cause an upset, but she didn't anticipate it reaching such a level. I want a refund. This is a scam. This match was scripted. I want a refund. 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 The masses started chanting loudly. Ha ha ha. Look at these losers. That's what they get for not believing in player Yuan. I made a killing because of this match. Thank you, player Yuan. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Amidst the clamor of the enraged crowd, there were still voices of gratitude, though they were drowned out by the majority. Meanwhile, inside one of the VIP rooms at Arena 1, Fiery Queen found herself in a furious outburst, hurling furniture about in a fit of rage. That useless bastard! I poured so much resources and effort into him and his faction, and this is how he repays me. By suffering such a humiliating defeat. Although the Fiery Locust Swarm wasn't Fiery Queen's faction, it was associated with her main faction as a subsidiary faction, the Fiery Garden of Hell, which was ranked 5th in the world. Sometime later, Xiaoxiao appeared on the battlefield in person with a microphone in her hands. She approached Yuan, who had regrouped with the others at their castle, and was waiting for someone to tell them to leave the arena. Hello, player Yuan and the Demon Sealing faction. I am Xiaoxiao, and I am here for your post-match speech. It doesn't have to be long. If there's anything you want to say to the audience or the world, please don't hesitate. Yuan turned to look at her. She was a stunning young lady who commanded attention with her tall stature and graceful and confident standing. Her slender figure highlights her elegant poise, and she moves with a fluid grace that captivates all who behold her. Her vibrant pink hair cascades in soft waves, framing her face like a crown of blossoms in full bloom. But it's her sparkling emerald eyes and warm smile that truly mesmerizes anyone who meets her. With every glance, they seem to reveal a myriad of emotions, drawing people in with their magnetic allure. Wah, Xiaoxiao. I didn't expect to meet my idol in such a place. Wu Zhao exclaimed, his face flushed and shocked. Huh, you know her? Shirlang looked at him with a surprised face. Of course, she's a famous idol and singer. I learned about her shortly after moving out of the Jaded Garden, and I've been a fan since then. Wu Zhao spoke in a proud manner. Do all of us have to give a speech? Wang Bingbing asked. Nope, just one of you will be fine. Then it's obvious who will do the talking. They all turned to look at Yuan. Seeing this, he beckoned for the microphone. Player Yuan will now give us a quick post-match speech. She quickly announced. Here you go. Xiaoxiao grabbed Yuan's hand with her free hand before intimately handing over the microphone to him, causing Wu Zhao's eyebrows to twitch. Thank you. Although the others couldn't hear the audience's cursing, Yuan could hear them very well with his divine sense. He raised the microphone to his lips and spoke in a clear and calm voice. Hello, this is Yuan speaking. I'm sure that many, if not most of you, are not satisfied with the results of this faction war. You're probably thinking that this was staged or that I cheated. Honestly, I don't care what you think or how you're feeling. This is the result. Whether you like it or not will not change anything. So suck it up and learn your lesson. That lesson being never to bet against me, because I will always disappoint you. Xiaoxiao and the others stared at him with bewildered expressions, clearly caught off guard by Yuan's sudden decision to provoke the audience. What are you doing, player Yuan? Xiaoxiao called out to him in a low, mosquito-like voice. Yuan glanced at her and smiled, but he continued speaking. Fiery Queen, I'm sure you're not satisfied with the results either. Huh? Inside her room, Fiery Queen suddenly halted her movements when she heard her name being called out and snapped her head to stare at the live stream. Therefore, I will give you a chance to avenge your goons. Fiery Queen, I challenge your faction to a faction war with the same terms as this one. I don't care if you want to do it tomorrow or a month from now. I will send you the request later. The entire place turned dead silent as everyone tried to comprehend the situation before them. That arrogant son of a bitch. Fiery Queen threw an entire table across the room after hearing Yuan's challenge to her. You think you are invincible because you have a few tricks up your sleeves? Good. If you want to fight, I will give you one. She retrieved her phone and called a number. Send a challenge request to the Demon Sealing faction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1477 Fiery Garden of Hell. Chapter 1477, Fiery Garden of Hell. 1477, Fiery Garden of Hell. Did I hear him correctly? He wants to challenge the Fiery Garden of Hell next? They are ranked 5th in the world with over 500,000 members. He can't be serious, right? Even if he's a little excited about defeating the Fiery Locust Swarm, this is a little too much. Even if he challenges them and loses, it won't help me get my money back. Why did he target Fiery Queen specifically? Do they have some sort of grievances with each other? Obviously. If you didn't know, the Fiery Locust Swarm is a subsidiary faction of Fiery Queen's main faction. The audience erupted into a frenzy of shock and surprise, their collective gasps and murmurs filling the air as Yuan's unexpected declaration of war still reverberated within their minds. That's all I have to say. Thank you for being here today. Yuan handed the microphone back to Xiaoxiao, who absent-mindedly accepted it, standing there with a dumbfounded expression plastered across her face. Let's leave now, he said to the others, who silently nodded their heads, clearly just as surprised as everyone else. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Yuan smiled. Don't worry. I have no intention of dragging you into the faction war. This is my personal battle with Fiery Queen. I will confront her alone, though I will need one of you to assume the role of ruler. Are you serious, young master? Fiery Queen's faction, Fiery Garden of Hell, is ranked 5th in the world, and it has over 500,000 members. That's over 10 times the number of players we had to fight today. The formation will be ready by the time we fight, so I don't need to hold back as much. Even if there's 1,000,000 of them, it won't change a thing. As they made their way to the exit, Xiaoxiao snapped out of her daze and chased after them. P-Player Yuan, if you don't mind me asking, how much of your true capabilities did you display today? I have a feeling that you're still holding back your true strength. How much, huh? Would you believe me if I said that ID only displayed 1% of my true capabilities? Oh, 1%? Xiaoxiao stared at him with a gawking expression. He chuckled. All the techniques I showcased today are among my weakest and least lethal, as I lack confidence in restraining myself enough to prevent accidental fatalities if I were to employ my stronger techniques. However, that will change soon. Huh? What do you mean? How will things change? You'll find out soon. Sometime later, they encountered Chairman Li, who was waiting for them at the end of the exit. That was some post-match speech, Yuan. Thank you. The others are waiting for you. Are you able to come with me now? Sure. Yuan looked at the others and continued. You guys can regroup with Ro and the others. I will come once I am done with the meeting. Okay. Mei Feng and the others left shortly after, leaving Yuan, Chairman Li, and Xiaoxiao alone. HM, Miss Yin, do you need something? Chairman Li asked her when he noticed that Shed stayed. She quickly nodded and turned to look at Yuan before speaking. I'm actually a big fan of the Demon Ceiling faction, especially you, player Yuan. It was your music that got me into singing. I'm sure the entire world will be talking about your faction after today. And if you don't mind, I would like to visit the Demon Ceiling faction to interview you and your members to help the world understand you guys better. An interview, huh? Yuan mumbled with a pondering face. I believe the interview is a good thing, Yuan. Chairman Li suddenly interjected, his tone serious. With the Demon Ceiling faction's debut, ITLL be much harder to remain in seclusion, not to mention the results of her faction war with the Fiery Locust Swarm. Public sentiment will be low, if not already, and this interview will definitely help you regain some. I know you don't care about such things, but think of your fellow members. After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded. An interview? Huh? I don't mind. And I'm not doing this to change the public sentiment toward us. I think it's a good thing to spread the other's reputation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I swear I won't disappoint you. Xiaoxiao almost started jumping up and down from excitement. Here is my contact information. You can give me a call whenever you are ready for the interview. She quickly wrote down her phone number on a napkin and handed it to him. All right, I'll give you a call after I speak with everyone. Xiaoxiao left the scene shortly after, and Yuan followed Chairman Li to the office where the protection formation had been built. You'll be in a disguise, correct? How should I address you? Chairman Li asked as they walked. You can call me Mr. Xian. Okay. After consuming an appearance-altering pill and transforming into a handsome middle-aged man, Yuan entered the room with Chairman Li. Upon entering, Yuan found several individuals already present, each emanating an aura of authority and accustomed to commanding respect. Allow me to introduce you all to Mr. Tian, the formation expert who will be creating the protection formation. Chairman Li introduced Yuan to the people inside the room before taking a seat with them. Please have a seat. They gestured to him. Yuan nodded calmly and settled into a seat, his demeanor composed and unhurried. We've already been briefed about this formation that is allegedly capable of safeguarding players from serious harm or death during faction wars, but we need to hear it directly from you, Mr. Tian. One of the individuals said, his tone serious. Please provide us with a comprehensive overview of this formation and your qualifications. We will be entrusting countless lives to it, so we cannot do this half-heartedly. I understand. Yuan nodded and proceeded to explain about the formation in more detail. Chapter 1478 Heaven's Protection Grand Array. Chapter 1478 Heaven's Protection Grand Array. 1478 Heaven's Protection Grand Array. This formation is officially known as the Heaven's Protection Grand Array. It's a level 6 formation that prevents any death and serious injuries as long as one remains within the formation and someone doesn't significantly exceed the strength of its creator. Yuan explained to the people in the room. For example, I can slice your throat with a sword or stab your eyes with a dagger, and you'll be perfectly fine as long as you stay within the formation. However, you'd still experience the sensation of pain as if the injury were genuine. Of course, if you're worried about that, I can also create a formation that can alter the amount of pain you experience. The protection formation isn't limited to weapons. From martial techniques that can cleave mountains to spiritual attacks, it can protect one from all sorts of damage. If you would like to experience its effectiveness firsthand, we already have the formation set up in this room, so you could go ahead and test it immediately. Hearing his words, the people in the room exchanged glances with each other. Clearly, nobody there wanted to go first and was suspicious of its reliability. Seeing this, Chairman Li stood up and said, I will volunteer to go first even though I've already experienced its effectiveness firsthand. He retrieved a steel sword and placed it on the table. I don't care who does it. Go ahead and swing that sword at me with the intention to kill me. Are you sure you want to do this, Chairman Li? What if something goes wrong? How can you put so much trust in someone with no credibility or reputation? I don't mean to be rude, but I've never heard of you until today, Mr. Tian. Everyone in the room turned to look at Yuan. It was only natural to be suspicious of someone they've never heard of yet claim to be able to create level 6 formations when their best array masters are only level 2. I don't blame you for doubting my abilities. It's true that I am a nobody, and the reason you have never heard of me is that I prefer to remain low-key. I'll be completely honest with you. I have studied formations even before existed. What? How is that possible? I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but cultivation existed long before existed. There are even hidden families that have been cultivating since ancient times. I am from one of these families. The room fell silent. While the existence of these hidden families, such as those from Jaded Garden, remained concealed from the public eye, they were long known among society's elite echelons. Why have you decided to come out of hiding to do this? One of them suddenly asked. Yuan shrugged. With the entire world now aware of cultivation, there's no longer any reason to remain hidden. I'm also tired of living a secluded life. What do you wish to gain from this? Fame? Wealth? I don't need any of that, nor am I asking for any payment. I am doing this simply because I find entertainment in faction wars, and I wish to make it even more entertaining for myself. This is purely an act of self-interest, nothing more, nothing less. With that being said, I have a favor, that you keep my identity a secret. After another moment of silence, one of the people there suddenly picked up the sword on the table and swung it at Chairman Li with all of his might. Why? Because it happened so suddenly and without any warning. Chairman Li was not prepared for the attack and was taken aback when he was struck in the neck with it. The force was strong enough to send Chairman Li flying toward the wall, slamming into it. Fuck, that hurt. You could have, at the very least, warned me before you struck. Chairman Li cursed at the person who struck him after coughing a little. Heavens, he's actually unharmed. The people in the room stared at him with bewildered expressions. Let me try. Another person suddenly snatched the sword and swung it at the person who had just swung at Chairman Li. You fucker. Are you trying to scare me to death? The person who just got struck cursed loudly after getting off the floor a moment later. Soon, everyone in the room started swinging their weapons at each other without a care in the world. Ha ha! Taste my blade, you bastard! The situation reminded Yuan of his days in the orphanage when the children would pretend to fight each other with wooden sticks as weapons. Once they were tired of using their weapons, they started throwing their martial techniques around, quickly destroying the entire room. Yuan didn't interrupt them and patiently waited for them to finish. Several minutes later, Chairman Li and the others lay on the floor, visibly exhausted from their exertions. Are you guys satisfied with my formation? Yuan asked them with a calm smile on his face. Very much. So as long as we are inside this formation, we are essentially immortal? Yuan nodded yes. You said that someone stronger than the Creator might break the formation, correct? How strong are you? I will have the cultivation of a peak Spirit King when I create the formation. So unless someone reaches Spirit Sovereign, it's impossible to break the formation. Peak Spirit King. They were all shocked to learn his cultivation, Chairman Li included, as he thought Yuan was only a mere Spirit Grandmaster. Is there anything else we should know about the formation? What about additional functions? Let me think for a bit. Yuan closed his eyes and asked Yuning. Well, I can make it so that the formation will automatically teleport those who have taken enough damage to die to safety, she said. That's actually great. We want you to wear a badge if we can automatically remove those who take too much damage. Yuan opened his eyes and shared with the others about the other function. It could do that too? This formation is so convenient. Is there anything it can't do? Sometime later, after sharing with each other their thoughts on the matter, Chairman Li said to Yuan, we will redesign all of the arenas for this change. Do you mind waiting until then to create the formations? How long will that take? We will halt all faction wars to focus on the reconstruction and work around the clock, so it shouldn't take too long. I'd say about a month or so, including the time ITLL take to plan and design the new arenas. Yuan nodded. All right, let's do just that then. After talking for a little longer, Yuan left the office with Chairman Li. Then I will contact you once the reconstruction is nearly finished. Sure. One more thing. When do you want to schedule your faction war with Fiery Queen? If they accept the challenge, we can do it immediately once the formation is completed. It will also be a good chance to show off the formation's effectiveness, since many people will be doubtful at first. I understand. After Yuan left, Chairman Li promptly returned to the office to join the others in the task of redesigning the arenas. Chapter 1479 Alliance with Eternal Lotuses. Chapter 1479 Alliance with Eternal Lotuses. 1479 Alliance with Eternal Lotuses. Chairman Li. Who was that person? I doubt that was his real appearance. One of the people in the room suddenly inquired when he returned. Are you really asking me about his identity when he clearly wants to keep it hidden for whatever reason? Chairman Li's piercing gaze met the person who had just spoken, his displeasure etched on his face. Are you going to be responsible for offending him because you care so much about his identity? Are you going to risk everything over a mere identity? Silence fell over the room as his words resonated with compelling logic, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Chairman Li sighed a moment later. I know what you're all thinking, but forget about it. He's not someone you could take advantage of. Then how will we deal with the others? Once we halt the faction wars, inquiries will undoubtedly come flooding in from every direction. Someone voiced his concern. Let them question us. It's not like we're doing something illegal or suspicious, so I'll just answer them truthfully. Any more questions? That surnamed Tian, is he truly trustworthy? And how much do you trust him? Chairman Li stared at them with a serious expression on his face and responded in a clear voice, I trust him enough to risk my life. The people in the room exchanged glances with each other before nodding their heads. Chairman Li, our trust lies in you, not in that individual. So if you say that you'll trust him, we won't make things difficult for you. Let's immediately start the great battlefield renovation, shall we? Meanwhile, after Yuan regrouped with Mei Feng and the others, they left Arena 1. Not wanting to be recognized or surrounded, they all consumed an appearance-altering pill before leaving. Young Master, Fiery Garden of Hell has sent us a challenge request. The terms are the same as the one we sent to Fiery Locust Swarm. Mei Feng notified him as they made their way to buy Lianhua's private jet. Is that so? Go ahead and accept it. I already did, she said with a smile. Now we wait until they finish their renovations. While Yuan and the others flew away from the great battlefield, discussions about the Demon Sealing faction's shocking debut filled every forum and website related to faction wars. And I just watched the Demon Sealing faction's debut. Is player Yuan even human? His members are also very strong. I can tell that they were holding back quite a lot, too. They really made a fool out of the Fiery Locust Swarm and those who mocked them. I always believed in player Yuan. Does anyone know what techniques were used by player Yuan? Can they be found in the myriad of techniques? Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've seen player Yuan's capabilities outside of. As for his capabilities inside Cultivation Online, it has yet to be seen. Young Master, we're getting a lot of emails from powerful backgrounds who wish to purchase the techniques you displayed during the faction war. Mei Feng suddenly said to him as she browsed through her laptop. Some of them are from the 10 great families. Just ignore them, he casually said. Okay, everyone is talking about your faction. Yu chuckled as she swiped through her phone. It'd be weird if they weren't. Wang Bingbing shrugged. While we're on the topic of factions, Lianhua, want to form an alliance with the Demon Sealing faction? Bai Lianhua turned to look at him with a surprised face. I'm not sure if the concept of alliances between factions exists yet, but you understand its significance, don't you? Yuan continued. Essentially, we'll be mutually assisting each other in an official manner. Alliances exist. The Fiery Locust Swarm and Fiery Garden of Hell, for example. But I'm not sure how we'll be able to assist you guys. Bai Lianhua shook her head. We might never need your help and vice versa, but we'll never know for sure. Of course, even if you refuse to form an alliance with us, we won't do something as petty as refusing to help you in the future. Bai Lianhua quickly responded, I'm not refusing to form an alliance with you. In fact, I could not be any happier to do so. I'm just a little worried about our qualifications. Who cares about something as insignificant as that? The only qualification you need is my approval, and you already have it. Yuan smiled. If you say so, then I won't be humble. Bai Lianhua nodded. Then we'll be in your care. Yuan extended his hand for a shake. Bai Lianhua showed a bittersweet smile as she shook his hand. We're already in your care with the techniques you'll be giving us. Then I'll send you the alliance request right now, Mei Feng suddenly said. A few moments later, Bai Lianhua accepted the request, officially forming their alliance. Sometime later, they returned to the Eternal Lotuses headquarters. Make sure to visit us again soon, brother. And I don't mean next year. Yu said to him at the front gate. I know. They'll visit you again next month before our faction war with the Fiery Garden of Hell. Also, they'll be activating the formation to limit our cultivation soon. So don't be alarmed when your cultivation is suddenly suppressed. Okay. Huh? What are you talking about? Wang Bingbing and the others looked at him with puzzled faces. He'll explain it on the way back. Sometime later, they left the Eternal Lotus's residence and made their way back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. What? You're going to limit everyone's cultivation to peak Spirit Grandmaster? Shi Lang exclaimed in a shocked voice after learning of his plan. Heavens, you could do something like that? Wang Bingbing was shocked for another reason. As crazy as it sounds, I actually support it. Humans are capable of ridiculous things, much less cultivators. Wu Zhao said. Mei Feng nodded. I was actually going to bring this matter up sooner or later. I'm glad you're way ahead of me in this regard. The last thing we need are crazy cultivators changing terrains for whatever reason. Yuan then said, I'll explain this in more detail once we return and everyone is present. Chapter 1489 Divine Supremes. Chapter 1489 Divine Supremes. 1489 Divine Supremes. When they returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Yuan went to see the Lord's condition while everyone else went back to the mansion. Upon seeing the Lord, Yuan was relieved to notice a significant improvement in his condition. The Lord's eyes shone with renewed clarity, his red fur now vibrant with life. "Welcome back, Yuan." The Lord greeted him with a smile. "You look much better." "Yes, and it's all thanks to you and Jiran." Yuan looked at the starry abyss resting not far away with a smile. "He must be utterly exhausted if he hasn't even noticed our return," Yuan muttered in a low voice. "That's the downside to being just a soul without its body." While cultivators at his level don't require a dantian to contain spiritual energy, the amount of energy he can store inside his soul is much more limited. Also, even if they regain their physical body, they'll need to rebuild it from scratch. Yuning could be heard sighing when she heard the Lord's words, which reminded her of the sad reality. However, even if she had to rebuild her body from scratch, it was better than having her soul slowly rotting away in the shadow realm. The spiritual energy in this world is too weak to recover Ji Ran's exhausted energy, so you'll have to let him do it within the 9 heavens. The Lord said a moment later. Yuan nodded and retrieved the starry abyss. By the way, the Lord lifted his head to gaze at the sky and smiled. "You are responsible for that formation, correct?" "Yes. I'm going to suppress everyone's cultivation base." "Do you object to my method?" Yuan asked. "You're doing it to protect this world." "No, I am." "Then why would I object? Although I am preserving this world, I'm not doing it purely out of my love for humans. Indeed, I love them, but I also despise them at the same time." The Lord sighed with a heavy breath. He continued, "Humans possess an innate greed, willing to resort to heinous acts in pursuit of power. Their hunger for control is insatiable, and even a fleeting taste of power can drive them to madness. Of course, I fully understand that not every human is a power-hungry beast, but it only takes one to inflict irreparable damage and ruin everything for the rest. If you hadn't acted, I would have created the formation myself sooner or later. Why do you think the 9 heavens operate the way it does? The lower heavens would have collapsed long ago if immortals were allowed to dwell there." Yuan smiled at his words and asked out of curiosity, "Lord, I have been wondering this for a while, but why are you sacrificing your own life for this world? I mean, I am aware that you'd still perish with this world if it were to collapse, but wouldn't that be better than slowly suffering as this world's protector?" Hearing his question, the Lord lifted his head to gaze at the sky with a calm yet emotional gaze. "As the descendant of the immortal monarch, you deserve to know. This world, before it was separated from the 9 heavens, was the birthplace of the immortal monarch, and my father was one of the 9 divine supremes. The 9 divine supremes are the divine beasts that were directly under the immortal monarch. They were all supreme beings at the peak of their respective bloodline, each capable of rivaling the entire world. My father, who was known as the Crimson Terror, used to be a walking calamity who hunted and consumed humans on a daily basis. However, he changed after being humbled by the immortal monarch and grew to love humans. The Crimson Terror." After hearing this name, a vague image appeared inside Yuan's head, but no matter how much he tried to remember, he could not get a clear image. "So you're doing this for your father?" "I am doing this for my father and the immortal monarch. If it weren't for the immortal monarch, humans would have never stopped hunting our race. The same could be said for the other races, since it was the immortal monarch who united the human race and beasts." Yuan stared at the Lord with a silent gaze, seemingly pondering something. After a brief moment of silence, he smiled warmly and expressed, "I'm at a loss for words to convey my gratitude to you, Lord. I don't deserve your gratitude since I am not doing this for you," Lord said with a calm smile. However, that smile immediately froze when he heard Yuan's next words. "No, you did. I have the immortal monarch bloodline, not because I am his descendant, but because I am the immortal monarch himself. You what, huh? The Lord's eyes widened with immense shock. Seeing his bewildered face, Yuan repeated, I am the immortal monarch, his reincarnation, to be precise. Unfortunately, I do not have all of my memories, but I am slowly regaining them. Thud! The Lord fell to his knees, his face filled with disbelief. Is this real? Or am I dreaming? He murmured in a bewildered tone, struggling to comprehend the surreal turn of events. Yuan nodded and spoke. My name is Tian. The first to follow me was Dragon Goddess Xiaoxiao, followed by the primordial phoenix, Feng Yuming. My third companion was the Eater of Stars, Xing. Regrettably, this is the extent of my memories. The Lord's entire being trembled, and he muttered, while Dragon Goddess Xiaoxiao and primordial phoenix Feng Yuming are renowned figures, the Eater of Stars, on the other hand, was shrouded in mysteries. Besides the 9 divine supremes and the immortal monarch himself, nobody knew her real name. I no longer have any doubt about your identity. The Lord lowered his body until even his forehead was kissing the ground. Immortal monarch, ruler of the 9 divine supremes and savior of 100 bloodlines, this lowly one welcomes you home, he exclaimed in profound reverence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1481 Tantrum. Chapter 1481 Tantrum. 1481 Tantrum Immortal Monarch. Who is that? Yuning raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner, as she had never heard of this individual before. Since the immortal monarch came into existence way after the heavenly war of immortals and gods, there was simply no way for those within the shadow realm to know of him. Despite the occasional tales of the divine heavens splitting into the 9 heavens being told by those who ventured into the shadow realm throughout the years, the immortal monarch's name never found its way into these discussions, leaving a void of knowledge in the shadow realm. With that being said, there were names that Yuan uttered that sounded familiar to Yuning. Dragon Goddess Xiaoxiao, Primordial Phoenix, and even the Eater of Stars? Weren't they godlike entities revered as the pinnacle of the beast race? Even in her era, these names were tantamount to deities beyond human comprehension, especially the Eater of Stars, who is viewed as a calamity or god of destruction. Yuan is the reincarnation of this immortal monarch who ruled over such powerful entities. Heavens! This explains why his entire existence is so heaven-defying. Yuning clenched her fists from excitement at the realization that she had been picked up by such a powerful individual. Please stand up. Yuan beckoned the Lord. Yes. The Lord immediately stood up, but his head remained lowered, staring at the ground. There's no need to act in such a manner, Lord. I may be the immortal monarch, but you're still this world's savior. If anything, I should be the one lowering my head to you. Please don't do that, Your Majesty. Only if you stop calling me that. But you're the Emperor of Beasts. That was before my death. I am merely Yuan now, a human living on Earth. Just address me as that. If you say so, Yuan. Despite being accustomed to addressing him as such, it now felt profoundly uncomfortable for the Lord, knowing Yuan's true identity as the immortal monarch. If you don't mind me asking, how did you perish as the immortal monarch? And what happened to the 9 divine supremes? The Lord suddenly asked. Yuan shook his head and said, Unfortunately, I do not know. The Lord fell silent with a pondering expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a grim tone. The destruction of the divine heaven and the immortal monarch's disappearance coincided. This cannot be a mere coincidence. I am convinced the immortal monarch played a role in it, which led to his demise. Upon hearing this, Yuan responded, Actually, though I am uncertain of the whereabouts of all the 9 divine supremes, I can confirm the location of Dragon Goddess Xiaoxiao. In fact, she is with me at this very moment. What? Where is she? The Lord's entire body tensed up after learning of this shocking information. Yuan retrieved the dragon's soul and showed it to him. She's in here, her soul at least. What? The Lord stared at the dragon's soul with a dazed face. To reduce Dragon Goddess Yayo, who was the strongest among the 9 divine supremes, to such a state, what unfathomable events could have led to such a tragedy? He muttered in a trembling voice. You can ask her, but she will not respond no matter how many times I try to speak with her. Yuan shrugged. That usually happens when you upset her in some way. The Lord explained. Huh, I don't remember doing anything that could upset her. But to think her reason for not responding was due to a tantrum. I guess she can be quite childish, too. Yuan chuckled. However, the Lord did not find his words funny. In fact, he wore a terrified expression on his face and even distanced himself. The very next moment, the dragon's soul in Yuan's grasp suddenly began to tremble violently, and an unfathomably powerful pressure that threatened every existence on Earth appeared. This sudden turn of events shocked Yuan, who quickly exclaimed, What's happening? Why you anger the dragon goddess by calling her childish? The Lord responded in a screaming voice. What? Yuan exclaimed. He immediately turned to look at the dragon's soul with a bittersweet smile and apologized. I'm sorry, Dragon Goddess Yayo, for calling you childish. Yet, the dragon's soul began trembling even more viciously for some reason. Even though I apologized, although Dragon Goddess Yayo did not utter a single word, the Lord could somehow understand the reason for her frustration, but he wasn't sure whether he should reveal this information to Yuan, fearing it would anger her even further. Yet, if he remained silent, the earth would be imperiled, facing the looming threat of destruction. Why Yuan? Just as the Lord parted his lips to speak, he felt a sharp aura materialize before his throat. It was Dragon Goddess Yu's silent command to maintain silence, and he complied without hesitation. I'm sorry, but you'll have to figure this out on your own, the Lord sighed inwardly. Dragon Goddess Yayo, why can't you just tell me what's bothering you? I'm sure you know this already, but I do not have all of my memories as the immortal monarch, so I cannot respond to you the way you probably want me to. Surprisingly, the dragon's soul began to calm down. Seeing this, Yuan quickly continued, I am sorry, but I will definitely make it up to you when I remember. The dragon's soul stopped shaking, and the terrorizing pressure also disappeared. Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed inwardly. She's more handful than what I currently remember. Sometime later, Yuan said to the Lord, Anyway, I will activate the formation once I warn the others. Of course, I won't restrict you or Leah's cultivation base. I will support your decision no matter what you want to do. Then he'll return once I replenish Ji Ran's cultivation base. Yuan recalled the starry abyss and descended down the mountain, returning to the mansion shortly after. Chapter 1482 Powerful Presences. Chapter 1482 Powerful Presences. 1482 Powerful Presences. Upon returning home, Yuan was greeted by Mei Feng at the door, who said, The others have come out of and are waiting for you in the dining room. Okay. They went to the dining room together, where everyone was gathered and chatting merrily. Ha ha ha. You should have been there. We had to fight 40,000 players with just the 4 of us. Lang laughed out loud. Damn it. Why'd I have to come out of a day late? I can't believe that I missed out on our debut. Wang Ming cursed as he slammed the table with his fist and a regretful look on his face. It was not just Wang Ming. Everyone who missed out on the faction war wore a disappointed expression on their faces. Don't be too upset. You'll have plenty of chances to participate in the future, Yuan said as he entered the room. Yuan. He took a seat and continued. We have another faction war with the Fiery Garden of Hell in about a month, but I plan on participating in this alone. Why? Let's just say I want to teach Fiery Queen a lesson, and it would be less effective if everyone were there. If you really want to participate in a faction war, we can simply challenge another faction after that one. Anyway, I have an important announcement that will affect all of us and surely cause an uproar around the world for some time, Yuan suddenly declared, his expression solemn. Everyone in the room immediately fell silent, a sense of nervousness hanging in the air. Due to the system update that allowed people on Earth to acquire treasures and whatnot from the 9 heavens, our economy and overall power balance has become chaotic, to say the least. Many cultivators saw a significant boost in their cultivation because of this. Normally, this would be celebrated, but unfortunately, this is a disaster waiting to happen. Earth is simply too small and frankly not ready to have so many powerful cultivators running around. While the number of cultivators who can destroy this world is still small, and our cultivation world isn't as developed, I'm going to restrict everyone's cultivation to peak Spirit Grandmaster, just like how the 9 heavens have certain cultivation restrictions for each world. This is a selfish act that some may even call oppressive and tyrannical, but I refuse to risk this world being destroyed by a single bad apple. Any questions? Hong Xiuqiuan raised his hand and asked, "Does this apply to us as well?" I'm pretty sure nobody here would do anything that would put the world at risk. Yuan nodded. I can also confidently say that nobody here would do such a thing, but I cannot show any favoritism, as that would be unfair to others. Moreover, if everyone in the world except for those around me had their cultivation suppressed, it would definitely raise eyebrows. So you don't plan on letting the world know you're behind the restriction? Shi Morong asked. No, I do not. Well, I don't have any objections or complaints. Luckily, I didn't get ahead of myself, or I would have wasted a lot of resources increasing my cultivation base past Spirit Grandmaster. Wang Xiaoying chuckled. I guess we won't have to worry about our cultivation on Earth after reaching the peak of Spirit Grandmaster anymore. This is great news for me, since I can focus on cultivation online now, said Chu Shijian. Right? It's exhausting cultivating 2 bodies at once. Wang Bingbing sighed out loud. When are you going to suppress our cultivation? Legiancy asked. Later today. Okay. Sometime later, after the conversation regarding the formation ended, Yuan notified the others about their interview. I thought you guys would like some recognition, so I agreed to an interview for the members of our faction. They'll contact the interviewer after this, so ITLL be great if you can stay on Earth for a few days. Of course, if you're busy or don't wish to participate, I won't force you. An interview, huh? I'm surprised this didn't happen sooner. Chu Wuyang said. Who's the interviewer? Mei Xiu asked. Wu Zhao suddenly stood up and announced. That would be the idol, Yin Xiaoxiao. Who? Several voices could be heard at the same time. Wah. None of you know Yin Xiaoxiao. She's the #1 idol. Wu Zhao looked at them with clear disbelief on his shocked face. Omicron M. So you were into that kind of stuff, huh? How surprising. Hong Xiuqiuan chuckled. I don't care who it is as long as they're not someone suspicious or have any ulterior motives. Legiancy said, there's no way she's someone like that. I can vouch for her. Wu Zhao said as he patted his chest confidently. Everyone in the room looked at him with weird faces. Sometime later, Yuan left the mansion to prepare for the formation's activation. Yuan, no, young master, before you activate the formation, I should let you know that its effect is limited to those below spirit enlightenment. If someone were to achieve that level, it would no longer suppress their cultivation. This is due to your lack of cultivation base, as I was only able to create an inferior formation with my given resources. With that being said, I can improve in the future once you increase your cultivation base. Yuan nodded. Okay. Also, there's another matter you should be aware of. When I searched this world with my divine sense, I was able to detect several powerful presences with a cultivation that already surpasses spirit enlightenment hidden around the world. I believe they're all divine beasts. Is that so? I always expected this world to have a few of them, so this just confirms my suspicions. Since they have dwelled in this world for so long without causing any trouble, I don't need to worry about them causing any trouble for Earth for now. However, I would like to visit them soon, Yuan muttered as he stared at the horizon with a pondering expression on his face. Chapter 1483 Flashbacks. Chapter 1483 Flashbacks. 1483 Flashbacks. Then I'll activate the formation now. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment later, he opened his eyes with a resolute expression and activated the formation. Immediately after the formation's activation, a profound pressure engulfed the entire world. This pressure made cultivators feel uneasy, their instincts sensing something dreadful. Meanwhile, mortals who did not cultivate remained blissfully unaware, feeling nothing at all. As a creator of this formation, Yuan wasn't affected by its effects. However, cultivators around the world sensed a change within their bodies, more specifically in their dantian. It was an indescribable sensation, almost as if an invisible force had taken hold of it. Those below the peak of Spirit Grandmaster were unaware of the formation's effects, as it did not impact them. However, those above Spirit Grandmaster were struck with a paralyzing shock, their faces contorted with terror, when their cultivation was suddenly suppressed to the level of Spirit Grandmaster. Around 50 cultivators around the world have achieved Spirit Lord, and all of them had their cultivation lowered simultaneously. What the fuck? What happened to my cultivation? Did someone poison me? Why did my cultivation suddenly regress? These Spirit Lords frantically began trying to figure out what had caused their cultivation base to decline, but it would be some time before they realized the truth. Since there were so few of them, and the concept of a formation capable of restricting everyone's cultivation base was simply ludicrous, it was practically impossible for them to comprehend the situation for the time being. It's done, Yuan sighed after activating the formation. The people won't figure out the cause of the restriction, but they will eventually realize that their cultivation is being restricted. Yuning then said, while the formation forcefully suppresses their cultivation, it won't stop them from increasing their cultivation. So while they can become a Spirit Lord, their cultivation will be suppressed to remain its Spirit Grandmaster until they surpass Spirit Enlightenment, which will probably take decades. Yuan returned to the mansion shortly after and contacted Xiaoxiao. Hello, this is Yuan. This is regarding the interview. Yes, we'll be available for the next few days. They'll be there tomorrow morning, Xiaoxiao declared, her voice shivering from excitement. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. After hanging up, Yuan returned to his room. Inside, Chu Shijian was waiting for him. However, instead of beckoning him from the bed, as usual, she sat on the balcony, staring at the dark sky with a profound expression on her beautiful face. Lulu? Yuan called out to her. She turned to look at him with a gentle smile and asked, Do you have a moment? Of course. What's wrong? He sat right beside her. After fidgeting around for a bit, clearly nervous about it, she spoke. I might sound crazy for saying this, but you see, I've been having these weird dreams lately. Dreams? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Actually, not dreams. They're more like flashbacks of memories that do not belong to me. It would typically occur when I am deeply immersed in my cultivation. When did you start having these flashbacks? Yuan asked. Shortly after you gave me this ring. Chu Shijian retrieved Huang Xiao Li's spatial ring and showed it to him. Even though I don't recognize any of these memories, they feel awfully familiar and realistic, almost like I'd actually experienced it before. Huang Xiaoli, Yuan suddenly muttered. Huh? Chu Luxiang's eyes widened with surprise after hearing this name come out of his mouth. Omicron M, that's a name that frequently comes up in my flashbacks. How do you know such a thing? Yuan smiled and said, I don't want to spoil the fun, so I won't say anything. However, these flashbacks are real memories. Real memories? Chu Shijian looked at the ring and muttered. Could these memories have belonged to the previous owner of this ring? Something like that. Then can I ask why you gave this ring to me? You said it belongs to me, but I don't get it. You will in due time. Chu Shijian puffed her cheeks and said, You're teasing me. Yuan chuckled. Is this the cause of your worries? Basically, I thought I was possessed by a ghost or something. Don't worry, you're not cursed or possessed. Chu Shijian stood up and suddenly grabbed Yuan's hand. It's been a while since we've been together like this. Let's have some fun. She quickly dragged him to the bed. When Yuning saw this and realized what they were about to do, she immediately sealed her divine sense to respect their privacy. So he already has a partner, she sighed inwardly. Several hours later, while Chu Shijian slept beside him with a satisfied and peaceful face, Yuan stared at the ceiling with a pondering expression. So she's slowly regaining her memories as Huang Xiaoli. Does this mean Li Jinxi is also regaining her memories as Jinxi? He wondered inwardly. Before the sun fully rose, Yuan left his room while Chu Shijian continued to sleep peacefully. "Good morning, young master." Mei Feng greeted him in the hallway as she mopped the floor. "You're up early." "Always wake up this early," she calmly said. Xiaoxiao should be arriving soon. We'll do some warm-up on the training grounds. Can you call me when she arrives?" "Certainly." When he arrived at the training ground, he could see that someone had arrived before him, and she was swinging a large sword twice her size around like it was a feather. Upon noticing Yuan's presence, Li Jinxi stopped her training to look at him. "It's been a while. Spar with me," she immediately said to him. "Sure." As Yuan approached her, Li Jinxi stored away her large sword and retrieved a different sword. "That's..." Yuan did not expect Li Jinxi to pull out the Golden Empress suddenly. "You're going to spar with that?" He chuckled. "You can't handle it?" In response to her words, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. "I see that you've gotten better at provoking me, but let's see if anything else has improved." Chapter 1484 Jean Xi's Influence. Chapter 1484 Jean's Eyes Influence. 1484 Jean's Eyes Influence. Shortly after Yuan and Li Jinxi began sparring with each other in the training grounds, Xiaoxiao arrived at the Dragon Spiral Mountain's entrance gate. She approached the gate with an excited smile on her face. "Hello, I have an appointment with the Demon Sealing faction," she said to the guards there. "You must be Lady Xiaoxiao. We have been expecting your arrival." The guards treated her with respect. Typically, only those living at the top of the Dragon Spiral Mountain are allowed to have guests without needing Lia's approval. However, the Lord made it very clear that Yuan could use the Dragon Spiral Mountain as he pleased. "Please wait here while we contact the Demon Sealing faction." One of the guards went to contact Mei Feng, who was appointed as their manager. Xiaoxiao nodded and turned to look at the majestic scenery before her. "So this is the famous Dragon Spiral Mountain, huh? I've been trying to get a house in this place for a while, but I keep getting rejected even with my status," she sighed inwardly. The spiritual energy within the Dragon Spiral Mountain could be considered the best in the world. So many people have applied to become its residents since cultivation became the norm. Unfortunately, everyone who applied after Yuan was rejected, meaning Yuan and his group were the last people to settle in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Sometime later, Mei Feng arrived at the gate while driving a red motorcycle. "I'm here to bring you to our residence," she said as she beckoned for Xiaoxiao to sit behind her. "We're going there on that." Xiaoxiao wasn't expecting such an exciting ride on her way up, but she had no complaints, so she quickly took her seat and enjoyed her ride up the mountain. Mei Feng ascended the mountain without slowing down even slightly, clearly very experienced with this routine. "Do you accept guests often?" Xiaoxiao decided to ask. "No, you're our first guest." "Really? I feel very honored." They arrived at the Demon Sealing faction's residence shortly after. "By the way, where is your equipment for the interview?" Mei Feng asked her, who appeared empty-handed. "Oh, it's all in here." Xiaoxiao pointed to the spatial ring on her finger. Spatial rings and storage pouches became extremely popular on Earth after the system update, as they allowed everyone to carry heavy loads with convenience. However, due to their high price, it was a luxury item only for the wealthy. "That is very convenient. I should get one too," Mei Feng muttered to herself. "Dong." The entire mountain suddenly shook, startling Xiaoxiao. What was that? An earthquake? Mei Feng turned to look in the direction of their training ground and sighed. Can't they be considerate to our neighbors? We've been getting a lot of complaints lately. She turned to look at Xiaoxiao and explained, "Don't worry, there's no need to be alarmed. It's caused by the young master's sparring session." Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with excitement upon learning this information. "Player Yuan's sparring session? Can we take a look? Please." Sure. By the time they arrived at the training ground, the Dragon Spiral Mountain had shaken several more times. When they finally arrived at the training ground, Xiaoxiao was left speechless by the devastation that had been wrought. The ground was riddled with craters, and large sections had been completely leveled. Are you sure they're only sparring? She asked in a trembling voice. Even Mei Feng was shocked by the damage done to the land there. Manager Leah won't be happy when she sees this. Mei Feng rubbed her eyes as she sighed. After taking a deep breath, she shouted loudly, "Young master, you'll destroy this entire mountain at this rate." Upon hearing her words, Yuan, who had been fully absorbed in his sparring with Li Jinsi, snapped out of his intense focus. When he saw the destruction they had caused, he immediately began sweating. However, Li Jinsi remained completely immersed in their fight, oblivious to Yuan's pause, and continued to pounce at him with relentless fervor. Seeing this, Yuan used Heavenly Domain to restrict her movements completely without causing any damage to their surroundings. Yet, Li Jinsi was not completely suppressed and still managed to walk toward him slowly. Oh, Yuan was impressed by Li Jinsi's effort and shocking progress. Unfortunately, if we continue any further, we might really destroy this mountain. Jinsi, it's about time you snap out of it. Yuan activated Dragon's Gaze the next moment, shaking Li Jinsi's soul directly. Thud! Li Jinsi immediately collapsed on the ground. No matter how strong her body was, her soul was still prone to spiritual attacks. However, she quickly recovered and woke up a few seconds later. Ugh, what just happened? She slowly got back to her feet, looking confused. Are you finally awake? Look around you. Yuan said to her. This is... Li Jinsi swallowed nervously after seeing the destroyed training ground. She can already imagine being punished by Leah for this. What the hell happened to the training ground? Another voice resounded the very next moment. Yuan turned to look at one of the balconies, where Wang Ming stood with a terrified look on his face. Sorry, we got carried away during our spar, Yuan explained with an apologetic smile. More and more of the Demon Ceiling faction members started appearing on their balcony to see what the commotion was about. Oh my god, Senior Leah will tear us to shreds once she sees this. Lang was on the verge of tears. Don't worry, I will speak with her and bear all responsibility, Yuan said with a guilty smile. He turned to look at Li Jinsi and continued. I am very impressed by your improvements, Jinsi. You must have been training very hard. Thank you. Despite his words, Yuan couldn't help but notice the drastic change in her movements and fighting style. It felt as if he were facing an entirely different person. It must be Jin Zai's influence. Is she aware? Or? Yuan wondered inwardly. Chapter 1485, Yin, Xiaoxiao's interview. Chapter 1485, Yin Xiaoxiao's interview. 1485, Yin Xiaoxiao's interview. Sometime after Yuan ended his sparring session with Li Jinsi, he approached Yin Xiaoxiao, who was trembling from excitement. It's an honor to meet you finally, player Yuan, Yin Xiaoxiao loudly declared. Yuan smiled and said, but we already met during the faction war. And you can just call me Yuan. That doesn't count since I was working. You're not working now. No, this interview is for my own entertainment, so I'm not doing it for work or anything like that. Yuan nodded. That's good. Then how would you like to do this interview? If you don't mind, I would like to get a glimpse into the daily life of every member of the Demon Ceiling faction. So this will be a 3-day process. 4 days at most, Yin Xiaoxiao said. I don't mind, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed by our daily life. We don't really do anything besides training and cultivating. That's completely fine. I'm sure that even a 10-second video of you walking in the hallway would be entertaining. Yuan chuckled. In that case, you should follow Mei Feng. She's the most active here. He turned to look at Mei Feng and asked, do you mind? No, I don't. Great. Then let's immediately start. Yin Xiaoxiao retrieved her camera, which was supported by an adjustable handheld rod, and began her filming. I'm going to prepare breakfast for everyone now, Mei Feng said. Yuan nodded and said, Miss Yin, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask Mei Feng. Okay, and just call me Xiaoxiao, please. He nodded, then I'll go speak with Leah. In fact, she's already making her way to us as we speak. He left the scene shortly after. Who is this Leah? Yin Xiaoxiao asked as she followed Mei Feng into the mansion. She's the manager of this dragon spiral mountain, so she gets to decide who gets to live on this mountain or not. I'm not sure about that. We can ask her later. While Yin Xiaoxiao filmed Mei Feng preparing breakfast for the demon sealing faction, Yuan watched Leah, who wore a stern expression on her face, approach their mansion. You, she shouted angrily. Do you have any idea what time it is? The sun is barely out, and you're already causing a ruckus, disturbing the entire mountain. My phone's blowing up with complaints because of you. Sorry, I got a little excited during a spar. It won't happen again. That's what you guys always say, but it keeps on happening. If not for the Lord, you guys would have been kicked out of this mountain ages ago. Really, it won't happen again. It'll create a formation around our place to contain any disturbance. It'll be like we don't even exist. Leah sucked her teeth in response. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Did you do something yesterday? What do you mean? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Lord's been giggling like a child non-stop since I returned last night. Omicron him, oh that. I told him that I was the immortal monarch's reincarnation. You what? Why are you surprised? It was bound to happen. What made you expose your secret so suddenly? Leah then asked. After everything he's done for this world, he deserves to know. I'm surprised you didn't tell him yourself. I was sure you'd tell him. What kind of person do you think I am? Leah stared at him with a deep frown on her beautiful face. The type to tell the Lord everything? Yuan answered truthfully. Then you don't know me at all. I'm willing to learn if you're willing to teach me, he said with a gentle smile. Leah's face slightly flushed after hearing his words. Whatever. I'm leaving. If I receive another complaint about this place after today, I will kick you out of this mountain, immortal monarch or not. Sorry for the trouble. After Leah left, Yu Ning said, Young master, do you need my help with the formation? I can also create a formation to restore the damages. He nodded. You're a lifesaver. Sometime later, Yu Ning took control of his body to create two formations. One formation isolated the demon sealing factions area from the rest of the mountain, essentially moving them to a different dimension without moving the actual place. As long as they were within this formation, they would not disturb the neighbors, even if they sparred with their full strength. The second formation restored the destroyed training ground and will even automatically repair any future damages done to their land. I've said this before, but there are a lot of convenient formations out there. I should return to studying arrays soon. Yuan muttered afterward. Should I teach you? I don't want to sound boastful, but I was one of the best array masters in my time, Yu Ning said. Then I won't be humble and will take you up on your offer, Yuan responded. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen. Wow, you're really amazing, Madame Mei Feng. You're cooking a whole feast by yourself, and you're making it look effortless. Do you do this every day, for every meal? No, this is a special occasion. I usually cook only when requested, since everyone has their own schedule, and most of them spend their time inside cultivation online. How long have you been a member of the Demon Sealing faction? It's almost been a year, I guess. Why did you decide to join the Demon Sealing faction? Well, I was already working for Yuan when he was still Tian at the Yu family, and my daughter is here too. Your daughter is also here? 10:18, yes. Her name's Mei Xiao. Sometime later, the members of the Demon Sealing faction gathered in the dining room for breakfast. We seem to be missing one member. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly noticed this. That will be Chu Shijian. She typically sleeps until noon. Yuan explained. I can't believe she slept through that commotion this morning. I envy her ability to sleep so soundly. Wang Xiuying sighed. You should join us. I made your portion, too. Mei Feng said to Yin Xiaoxiao. Thank you. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate to join them. After breakfast, Yin Xiaoxiao continued her interview with Mei Feng. Chapter 1486, Yin Xiaoxiao's Interview 2. Chapter 1486, Yin Xiaoxiao's Interview 2. 1486, Yin Xiaoxiao's Interview 2. Miss Mei Feng, what do you typically do on a daily basis? Yin Xiaoxiao asked as Mei Feng cleaned the dishes. I have two primary roles in the Demon Sealing faction. First and foremost, I am a maid, so I deal with all the chores first. My second role is being the manager of the faction, so I'm responsible for any requests or inquiries sent to the faction. My chores usually consist of preparing food, cleaning the hallways and rooms, and washing their clothes. It's really simple and barely requires any effort. For my duties as the manager of the faction, I check all of the emails and keep myself updated on all faction-related trends. With the rest of my spare time, I simply cultivate and train my techniques. What kind of weapon do you specialize in? Xiaoxiao then asked. I am currently training with the spear mainly, but I am also trying out other weapons. What is your cultivation at right now? I have the lowest cultivation in our faction, being only at the 7th level of Spirit Master. In a few words, can you give me a description of your feelings for the Demon Sealing faction? Mei Feng showed a slight smile before responding. It's a small and peaceful place, one that I can truly call home. Thank you. Xiaoxiao continued to follow Mei Feng for another hour before moving to the next member. Can you give us a brief introduction about yourself? What kind of weapon do you use? I'm Lang, and I came from the Jaded Garden. My primary weapon is the spear. Jaded Garden? I have never heard of this place before. Well, it's a very seclusive place. Why did you join the Demon Sealing faction? When Yuan needed 10 people to create his faction, we decided to help him. Yes. 7 of us came from the same place. What is your relationship with Yuan? We're good friends and rivals at the same time. Of course, none of us actually think we will ever catch up to him, but nonetheless, it still motivates us to train harder. What do you typically do besides training? Nothing really. If we're not training here, we're training in. Of course, there are special occasions like the recent faction war. Speaking of the faction war, you've done a great job defeating so many players by yourself. I could tell that you were holding back. But exactly how much were you holding back? This might sound like nonsense, but I was only using about 30% of my full strength. Only 30%. Yes, it would be bad if I accidentally hurt, or worse, killed one of them by accident. I may sound arrogant for saying this, but only very few people in this world can handle me at my full strength, and most of them live on this mountain. Xiaoxiao continued to ask several more questions, such as his hobbies and favorite food. Since the training ground had been fixed, Lang proceeded to show off some of his skills for the interview. He used this opportunity to back up his previous claim that he only used 30% of his strength during the faction war. Heavens, how did they repair this place so quickly? Xiaoxiao muttered in a dazed voice when she saw the scene. There were already people sparring on the training ground, and they were all using most of their strength. Are you guys trying to destroy this place again so soon? Lang called out to them. What? You haven't been notified. We won't disturb the neighbors or destroy this place, even if we use all of our strength after Yuan created a formation around our place. Wang Ming said. To demonstrate, he swung his sword at the ground, creating a large slit in the ground. However, as though time was being reversed, the slit in the ground quickly returned to its original state, as if it was never damaged. That guy is really capable of everything, huh? Lang chuckled. Hey, Lang, let's spar. Wu Zhao suddenly approached him. Sure. Lang didn't think much of it and agreed. I will go all out from the beginning. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wu Zhao said. Xiaoxiao backed away and stood in a safe distance as she filmed their sparring session. Wow. He wasn't joking when he said that he was only using 30% of his strength during the faction war. If Head fought like this back then, he would have easily defeated 5,000. Even half of the players from the Fiery Locust Swarm by himself. The same goes for the fan-wielding Wu Zhao. He was clearly holding back the majority of his strength during the faction war. Are the rest of the members like this too? If that's the case, the Demon Sealing faction is much stronger than anyone could have anticipated. Sometime later, after their spar ended with Wu Zhao being victorious, Xiaoxiao began her interview with Wu Zhao. It's always been my dream to meet you, Fairy Yin. Wu Zhao greeted her with a handsome smile. Hello, you are Wu Zhao, correct? Indeed, and I cannot be any happier knowing that Fairy Yin is aware of my insignificant existence. Stop being creepy, Wu Zhao. You're ruining the atmosphere. Someone from the training ground suddenly shouted. Which bastard just said that? I dare you to say that to my face. Wu Zhao snapped his head in the direction of the voice. I said that. A beautiful figure approached him. Ugh. Wu Zhao made a weird expression when he identified the person approaching him as Li Jinsi. If you have a problem with that, how about a spar with me? And no problem. I have no problem at all. Wu Zhao cleared his throat and looked at Xiaoxiao, feeling incredibly awkward. Sorry you had to witness that. Xiaoxiao nodded and proceeded to ask him, Are you also from the Jaded Garden? Yes, I am. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1487 Yin Xiaoxiao's Interview 3. Chapter 1487 Yin Xiaoxiao's Interview 3. 1487 Yin Xiaoxiao's Interview 3. I heard from Shilang that your reason for joining the Demon Sealing faction was because Yuan needed 10 members to create the faction. But what is keeping you here? Xiaoxiao asked. That's simple. Although those who aren't by his side won't understand this. Yuan has this certain charm that beckons those around him to follow him. I am following him because I am intrigued by his very existence. I want to see his limit and what he'll achieve in the future. Of course, following him also has many benefits that I cannot deny, Wu Zhao said with a calm expression. Although it was initially his family who ordered him to follow Yuan, he eventually chose to follow Yuan of his own accord after realizing how interesting Yuan's existence was. What are some of these benefits that you speak of? For one, we're all growing much faster than if Wed remained in the Jaded Garden. He also has access to an unfathomable amount of resources that would shock the world if revealed. Wu Zhao said, purposefully teasing those who will be watching this interview in the future. Despite Yuan's vast wealth and powerful resources, none of them from the Jaded Garden asked him for anything, nor do they have any intention of doing so in the future. They didn't follow Yuan for his resources, so they saw no reason to request any. Of course, if Yuan offered them resources on his own accord, they wouldn't refuse. How satisfied are you with your performance during the faction war? Xiaoxiao asked a moment later. It was average, I guess. If I weren't so worried about hurting those weaklings, I would have wiped them all out by myself. Is that so? Then what do you typically do when you're not training? I surf the internet and watch music videos, mainly yours. Wu Zhao replied with a slightly bashful smile. Thank you for your support. Xiaoxiao responded exactly how an idol would respond to a fan, with a beaming smile that could charm even heaven itself. Wu Zhao nearly had a heart attack and quickly said, While we're on this subject, would you mind giving me your autograph later? Of course. Sometime later, Xiaoxiao approached Wang Bingbing for her interview. Hello, can you tell me a little about yourself and your background? I am Wang Bingbing, and I came from the Jaded Garden with my younger brother. I wield the sword. This Jaded Garden is a seclusive place, correct? Are you sure it's okay to talk about it so openly? Many people will see this interview. Xiaoxiao asked. It's fine. It used to be secluded because of certain circumstances, but we no longer need to hide ourselves, Wang Bingbing said. You joined the Demon Sealing faction because Yuan needed 10 people to create the faction, correct? Do you plan on leaving anything soon? That is correct, but I do not have any plan to leave this place, nor do I want to. It's very fun living with everyone like one big family, and I learn a lot of things from those around me, especially Yuan. Don't be fooled by his innocent and young appearance. He may seem young, but he knows more than the elders at my family, and he's the strongest person I know. I see. What do you typically do when you're not training or playing cultivation online? I spend that time reading books, mostly martial arts novels. How far have you progressed in cultivation online? How does one evaluate their progress? Wang Bingbing asked. Your cultivation in current realm, I suppose. Oh, then I am at the peak of Spirit Grandmaster and currently within the second heaven. Huh, you're still at second heaven? I thought you would be with Yuan in the fourth heaven. We may be in the same faction, but we have our own adventure and path. I'm a core disciple at a certain sect, so I cannot leave as I want. However, I will be leaving soon to ascend. The same goes for the others. I see. What do you think about Yuan as the faction's leader? Do you think there is anything he needs to improve? Wang Bingbing chuckled and said, even though he's the leader, he doesn't act like one, which is what I consider his biggest fault. Other than that, he's very reliable and caring. He might be a little sadistic during training at times, but it's not a bad thing since we're growing tremendously from it. Xiaoxiao moved on to the next member sometime later. Hello, my name is Wang Ming. You must be Wang Bingbing's younger brother. That's right. You weren't at the faction war, the Demon Sealing faction's debut. Why was that? Wang Ming sighed. I was inside Cultivation Online at that time. So were the others, so we didn't know about it until it had already ended. What about the next faction war? The Demon Sealing faction has declared war on the Fiery Garden of Hell. Will you be participating in that one? No, I won't. The others also won't be participating. Huh? Why is that? Because Yuan wants to deal with them alone. Wang Ming casually shrugged. As seriously? Xiaoxiao's eyes widened with surprise at this information. Yup. And you believe Hell be able to do that alone? The Fiery Garden of Hell has over 500,000 members. That's over 10 times what the Fiery Locust Swarm has. I believe nothing is impossible for Yuan. Numbers and talents are meaningless before him. If I had to describe him with one word, it'd be monster. And what do you think about Yuan as a leader? Wang Ming pondered for a moment before responding. It doesn't behave like a leader, but he's definitely qualified as one and a good leader, as everyone knows they can rely on him during times of need. If he says he'll do something, it will happen. And that is what's most important to me. I see. Xiaoxiao nodded and continued asking questions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1488 Sudden Visit. Chapter 1488 Sudden Visit. 1488 Sudden Visit. After her interview with Wang Ming, Xiaoxiao took a break and ate lunch with the Demon Sealing faction. Just as Mei Feng started serving the food, Chu Wuyang appeared in the dining room. Oh, you must be our interviewer. Nice to meet you. Chu Wuyang. HM? Xiaoxiao looked at Chu Wuyang with raised eyebrows. She hadn't really put any thought into it before, but after seeing Chu Luxiang's face, she found the name extremely familiar. Ah, I remember now. You are the Chu family's young lady. How are your parents? They've helped me plenty with my career. They also live on this mountain, right? I should give them a visit later. The Chu family. Chu Wuyang made a weird expression after being reminded of them. It has been a while since she left the Chu family. She had been expecting their retaliation for some time now, for crippling Chu Shijian, but to her surprise, they hadn't tried to do anything to Yuan or the Demon Sealing faction. Actually, I've left the Chu family due to some circumstances, and it's been a while since I left, so I don't know about their situation. She shook her head. Is that so? Despite her curiosity, Xiaoxiao refrained from questioning any further and stopped talking altogether. The Chu family, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. I was still immature back then. Although they showed hostility toward me, it was mostly due to a misunderstanding. Due to my inability to settle things properly, Lulu had to leave her family on bad terms. Yuan wondered if he should also visit the Chu family again to see if he could rectify their bad relationship. Since the Chu family hadn't attempted to take revenge for that incident, it meant they were still redeemable. The Qi family, as well. I wonder how they're doing nowadays, since Yuan had to figure out how to leave the Shadow Realm with his life intact. He wasn't in a hurry to return to. That spirit is definitely waiting for my return. Without heaven's supremacy, there was simply no way for him to defeat the sword spirit, even with his experience as the evil god. The sword spirit didn't leave the giant sword even once when it attacked me. Perhaps she cannot separate from it, because she's its spirit? In that case, I might be able to escape. Yuan spent the rest of the meal in silence, pondering ways to escape from the sword spirit and vanishing valley safely. After the meal, Xiaoxiao continued her interview with the members, starting with Shimuro. Meanwhile, Yuan approached Chu Wuyang and asked her, Lulu, I am thinking about giving the Chu family another visit. Do you want to come with me? Huh. Why? This is too sudden. After being reminded of their existence, I can't help but recall that incident. If I had handled things better, we might have been able to talk things out with your family. In the end, I crippled your father's cultivation because of a mere misunderstanding. Chu Shijian fell silent. A moment later, she sighed. Other than their decision to suddenly marry me into the Qin family, they've treated me like any ordinary parents would. My annoying siblings aside, my parents never hated me. Honestly, the way I left the Chu family had left a bitter taste in my mouth that would occasionally return every time I think about them. But what can we do at this point? I doubt we can rectify things after so much has happened. You won't know until you try. After another moment of silence, Chu Shijian nodded with a resolute expression. All right, let's give them a visit. I'm also curious about how things ended up with the Qin family after that. When do you want to visit them? We can do it now, since we have plenty of time. What about the interview? She'll be here for a few days, so we have time. Okay, I'll notify Mei Feng of our plans first. Then I will wait for you out front. While Chu Shijian returned to her room to prepare, Yuan went to find Mei Feng. You're going to meet the Chu family now? This is quite sudden. Omicron M, I know. Then I'll let Xiaoxiao know. Do you know when you'll be back? It shouldn't take too long. We should be back by tonight. Stay safe, Yuan. The Chu family has been facing some difficulties for some time now. Yuan raised an eyebrow at this information and asked, what kind of difficulties? I don't know the details, but their family head is constantly sick nowadays. Due to his frequent absence, they're being heavily pressured by their competitors, and their overall influence has fallen significantly. Their family head should be Chu Shijian, correct? Correct. Yuan had a feeling that this sickness was related to his cultivation being crippled. I understand. Thank you for the information, Mei Feng. Sometime later, he met up with Chu Shijian outside their residence and made their way up the mountain together. As they walked, Yuan talked about the Chu family's troubles. To think the Chu family would be suffering in such a manner. I could have never imagined such a thing happening before. Chu Shijian sighed out loud after learning this information. She continued, this is probably the Qin family's doing too. The Chu family have been fighting with the Qin family for decades, correct? Yuan asked. That's right. I don't know the details, but they've always been on bad terms with each other. Things were about to get out of hand, so the two families came together and made a decision to change things around before things got bloody. Marrying me into the Qin family would have resulted in said change. But alas, I don't know what happened to the Qin family after I left, but they must be upset, especially their eldest, who really fancied me back then, always sending me gifts and stuff. As they approached the Chu family's residence, Yuan could see a figure standing by the gates. Sebastian, Chu Shijian muttered in a low voice after seeing his familiar face. Chapter 1489, Chu Family's Downfall. Chapter 1489, Chu Family's Downfall. 1489, Chu Family's Downfall. I doubt this is a coincidence, Yuan said after seeing Sebastian waiting by the gate. Oh, I called him right before leaving, so they know we're visiting, Chu Shijian quickly explained. Should I not have done that? You did the right thing. I didn't have his contact information, so I wouldn't have been able to contact him even if I had wanted to. This is much better than hoping they accept us at the front gate. When they arrived, Sebastian bowed to them in a respectful manner. This humble servant greets the young lady and the young master. Would like to visit the Chu family. Would that be a problem? Yuan inquired. No, there's no problem at all. The master is expecting your arrival inside. Sebastian opened the gate and gestured for them to enter the vehicle parked right inside. Once they were seated, Sebastian drove the vehicle toward the mansion. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was awkward and silent. Chu Shijian looked like she wanted to speak, but didn't know how to start the conversation. Seeing her fidgety movements, Sebastian broke the silence with a question. Young lady, how have you been? I hope you've been living a healthy and happy life outside the Chu family. Chu Shijian nodded. I've been doing great with Yuan and everyone at the Demon Ceiling faction. What about you, Sebastian? The same as usual, is what I would like to say, but without you there, I've been reassigned to be your brothers, the young master's butler. Are they causing you any trouble? They could be a handful from time to time, but so were you, young lady. Is that so? The vehicle became silent again for another moment before Chu Wuyang asked, I heard the Chu family has been having troubles lately. Is it the Qin family's doing? Sebastian didn't immediately respond this time, and even looked hesitant. I will find out the answer even if you don't tell me, you know. Chu Wuyang gave him a slight push. Sebastian sighed and said, The master told me to keep this a secret from you even if you asked, but because you had left the family, your marriage with the Qin family's eldest son had to be canceled. Apparently, the Qin family had prepared a lot for the marriage and even announced it to many people, causing them to be humiliated. Since then, the Qin family has been coming at our Chu family like wild beasts. They're also receiving help from someone from the 10 great families, making them even more difficult to deal with. Even if the Qin family is supported by the 10 great families, there's no way the Chu family could have fallen so low so quickly. Sebastian shook his head and explained, The Chu family has been declining even before we adopted you, young lady. It just wasn't apparent from the surface. Meanwhile, the Qin family continued to grow. Even without external help, they could have bankrupted us within a decade. This is why the masters agreed to marry you into the Qin family. They were essentially blackmailed into doing so. Of course, they were too prideful to tell you the truth. No way. Chu Wuyang wore a look of disbelief on her face. She turned to look at Yuan, who silently sat beside her with a pondering expression on his face. You don't need to feel guilty about it, young lady. Even if they were pressured to marry you off to the Qin family, they shouldn't have obeyed without any resistance. So the masters are still in the wrong. Chu Wuyang lowered her head and sighed. Yuan then spoke. Honestly, I expected the Chu family to take revenge for what I did. Why aren't they doing anything? There are 2 reasons. 1, we've been too busy dealing with the Qin family to even care about something like revenge. Secondly, the Qi family warned us never to touch you and to forget about taking revenge. I see. Are you guys still in touch with the Qi family? No, they've been quite silent since the warning. Sometime later, they arrived at the Chu family's living quarters. I will bring you to the master now, Sebastian said as he led them inside the building. As they walked through the hallways, Chu Wuyang noticed how empty they were. When she was still living there, over a dozen housemaids constantly cleaned the building, but there hadn't been a single one since they entered it minutes ago. The windows and walls were dusty, and there was less furniture in the hallway, not to mention the artwork. Omicron Chu Wuyang was shocked, to say the least, after seeing how far the Chu family had fallen in just a year. What on earth happened? To fall this much in so little time doesn't make any sense. She cried inwardly. They stopped in front of a certain closed room some time later. Sebastian knocked on the door and said, Master, Chu Wuyang and Yuan have arrived. Let them in. A weak voice responded a second later. Sebastian opened for them and gestured for them to enter without entering the room himself. I will stay out here, he said. Chu Wuyang nodded and entered the room, followed by Yuan. Father? Chu Luxiang's eyes widened with shock when she saw Chu Shijian's appearance. He was sitting on the bed with a pale complexion. His eyes, which once shone with pride and strength, now appeared dull and lifeless. He had also become very thin, resembling a sick patient. Compared to a year ago, he looked like an entirely different person. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly at Chu Shijian's appearance. Even with his dantian crippled, it wouldn't account for such a drastic transformation. There had to be another reason for his sickly appearance. I never thought you'd come back. Chu Shijian spoke with a bittersweet smile on his face. I'm glad to see you looking healthy. Unfortunately, I have to greet you in such a pathetic state. Chu Wuyang was utterly speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1490 Chu Shijian. Chapter 1490 Chu Shijian 1490 Chu Shijian. Seeing Chu Shijian state, Chu Liuxiang subconsciously turned to look at Yuan with a weird expression that seemed to ask if destroying his Dantian had caused this. Chu Shijian saw right through Chu Luxiang's worry and said, "This has nothing to do with him destroying my Dantian. I was living healthy until recently, around the time had its system update. Do you have any idea what might have caused this?" Chu Liuxiang inquired. Chu Shijian shook his head and sighed. "I've spent a fortune on the best doctors in the world, but none of them were able to identify the cause of my sickness." Yuan stepped forward and said, "Let me inspect your body for a moment." Chu Shijian looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes and asked, Why have you come? If you're here just to mock me, what I get from doing that? Just give me your hand." Yuan extended his own hand and beckoned. With nothing to lose, Chu Shijian offered his hand to Yuan for inspection. A few moments later, Yuan said, "You've been poisoned." "What?" Chu Liuxiang and Chu Shijian exclaimed in a shocked voice. How can you possibly tell when nobody else could?" Chu Shijian questioned, doubting his credibility. "I don't know the exact poison used, but it flows through your meridians and is slowly killing you. Unless you have sufficient cultivation, even the best doctors in the world wouldn't be able to detect it. It most likely came from since you became sick after the system update." "In no way." Chu Shijian wore a look of disbelief on his face. When could he have been poisoned? He could count the number of times he left his residence on one hand after his cultivation had been crippled. He also couldn't recall any opportunity for someone to have poisoned him after the system update. "Yuan, do you think the poison can be treated?" Chu Liuxiang asked him with a worried face. "Honestly, I don't know, but I know someone who might." Chu Liuxiang pondered who this person might be for a moment. "Wang Xiaoying. She's a pill expert who studied in the field of medicine." Yuan nodded. "Yes, she might know something. He'll call her over now." He retrieved his cell phone and called Wang Xiaoying. "Hey, Xiaoying, it's me. I have a quick question. Do you know anything about poison?" "Of course. Why do you ask? Can you come to the Chu family? Someone here has been poisoned, and I need your expertise." "Sure. He'll be there as soon as possible." "Thanks." He hung up and turned to look at Chu Shijian. Why are you helping me?" Chu Shijian asked before Yuan could even open his mouth to speak. "The same reason why I'm visiting. I want to see if we can rectify our mistakes." "Mistakes?" Yuan nodded and continued. "I heard from the butler that it was the Qin family who pressured you into giving away Chu Liuxiang. Is that correct?" Chu Shijian's eyebrows twitched at his words and cursed in a low voice, "That damned Sebastian. I specifically told him to keep his secret. Why would you hide something as important as this from me?" Chu Liuxiang suddenly exclaimed, "Is your pride really worth that much? If you had told us the truth, we wouldn't have needed to fight." Unsure how to respond, Chu Shijian could only remain silent, his head lowered in a shameful manner. "Father, it's better to be late than never. Please tell us the truth. You still see me as your father, huh?" A bittersweet smile appeared on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, "Yes, it's true. It was the Qin family who approached us first. They suggested ending our feud through marriage. Of course, I refused at first. However, that's when they started threatening to bankrupt our businesses. I don't know if you're aware, but our Chu family has been declining long before we adopted you. The Qin family showed us solid proof of their current prowess and influence, and it was more than enough to force us out of business within a decade, if nothing is done. To make matters worse, they managed to receive support from the 10 great families, from the Walker's family and Gu family." Walkers and Gu. Yuan narrowed his eyes upon hearing these two familiar names. Fiery Queen belongs to the Walker's family. As for the Gu family, why do I keep running into people with their surname? How many times have I encountered them by now? Are we destined to clash with each other constantly? Anyways, due to the pressure, I surrendered without even a fight, and I have been loathing myself for that ever since. This caused me great stress, to the point where I couldn't even think properly during your visit." Chu Shijian looked at Yuan. "I was rash and irrational, which led to the misunderstanding of you killing Chu Luxiang's master in our fight. I know it's late, but I deeply apologize for that." Qi Fong explained the situation to me afterward. Yuan shook his head and said, I also hold some blame for that incident. I was still immature and hot-headed back then. If I had just explained the situation instead of being hell-bent on delivering justice, we could have ended it without fighting. If I were in your shoes, I would have probably done the same thing if I thought you'd killed someone important to me. Unfortunately, my head was too full of anger to think properly, and ID even crippled your cultivation out of anger. Chu Shijian was speechless. He didn't think Yuan would actually apologize for his actions. Compared to his last visit, he's like an entirely different person. Even the atmosphere around him is different. Chu Shijian could sense a dignified aura around Yuan, feeling almost as though he was before an exalted expert. As an apology, I will try to do something about your crippled Tian and help you restore your cultivation. Yuan suddenly said, W, what did you just say? My Tian can be healed? Chu Shijian didn't dare to believe his ears, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 1491 Basilisk's Tear. Chapter 1491 Basilisk's Tear. 1491 Basilisk's Tear. Seeing Chu Shijian's doubtful face, Yuan nodded. Yes, it's possible. There are spiritual medicines and elixirs that can heal destroyed Dantians. They're a little rare, but they definitely exist. If you can restore my cultivation, I will forever be grateful. I am ready to take responsibility and pay for the treasure. Chu Shijian hastily said, his voice filled with a newfound determination. Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, Grateful? Even if I restored your cultivation, I am still responsible for destroying it in the first place. I also blamed you at first, but as I calmed down and realized my shortcomings, I came to realize that I also bore responsibility for my actions. I no longer blame you and consider it a punishment for my failure as a father. Chu Shijian sighed in a dejected manner. Yuan nodded and said, As for the payment, consider it already fully paid. Huh? What do you mean? You can consider it as an early betrothal gift, he calmly explained. Be betrothal gift? Chu Wuyang stared at him with wide eyes, her face filled with a mix of shock and anticipation. Yuan looked at her with a slight smile and asked, What? You want to remain as a mere girlfriend forever? Chu Luxiang's face flushed with redness after hearing his words. Although no words came out of her mouth, she shook her head in a bashful manner. If that's what you've decided, I will humbly accept it. Chu Shijian nodded in a dazed manner. Anyway, tell me about the Qin family. What have they been doing since the incident, and how have you been dealing with them? Yuan inquired a moment later. Well, they were definitely not happy when I told them that the marriage had to be delayed due to Chu Luxiang's sudden departure. Of course, I didn't reveal the fact that Shed left the family and only gave an excuse for her absence, hoping to delay our inevitable downfall. However, after a mere week or so, they somehow managed to find out the truth, including the fact that ID lost my cultivation, which was a heavily guarded secret. Since then, they've been attacking our businesses relentlessly, especially our business within. Since our laws do not apply there, they've been going rampant in that world. Yuan pondered this information for a moment before asking, Who knew your cultivation was crippled? Besides those who were there to witness it, all of my wives are aware of it. So, there's a good chance that one of them has betrayed the Chu family. Huh? What? No, I refuse to believe that my wives would betray me. It must have been the others. There were others who witnessed our fight. We can figure that sort of stuff later. After we deal with your poison, Yuan said as he answered his phone. You're outside? You can just fly inside. Okay, then I'll see you in a bit. After the call ended, Yuan went out of the room and notified Sebastian of their new guest. I understand. I will bring her to you. Sebastian didn't question him and immediately left to wait for Wang Xiaoying's arrival outside their building. Sometime later, Wang Xiaoying entered the room with Yuan and the others. She turned to look at Chu Shijian and said, You must be the patient. Wang Xiaoying didn't wait around and immediately went to inspect Chu Shijian's condition. Wang Xiaoying hummed with her eyes closed. Chu Shijian swallowed nervously, and he anxiously waited for her diagnosis. A few moments later, Wang Xiaoying released Chu Shijian's hand. "How's my father?" Chu Liuxiang asked. "He's poisoned, all right. Do you know what caused it? And can you do something about it?" Yuan asked. She nodded. "Yes, it should be the Basilisk's tear, an uncommon and effective poison that is hard to detect. Once consumed, the poison takes root within the person's dantian, slowly killing the person over time. This poison is only effective against mortals and those with low cultivation. While this poison can be easily dealt with in the nine heavens, I doubt there are many people on Earth with the capabilities to diagnose it, much less cure it." "Why, you can cure it, right?" Chu Shijian asked in a trembling voice. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Wang Xiaoying puffed her chest in a prideful manner. "Thank the heavens." Chu Shijian sighed deeply and even teared up after hearing her response. "With that being said, I do not have the materials on me right now, so I have to return to cultivation online to concoct the antidote. It shouldn't take long, though. I can have it ready in a few hours. You can use our device to enter cultivation online to save some time." Chu Shijian said. "Okay, let's do that." Sebastian was called into the room shortly after. "Sebastian, prepare a room and a device for her to enter cultivation online." Chu Shijian instructed him. "Yes, master. He'll watch over her. You can stay here and continue chatting with your father." Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang, who quietly nodded. Yuan left with Wang Xiaoying and Sebastian, leaving Chu Liuxiang alone with Chu Shijian. It was incredibly awkward at first, with neither of them uttering a word for several minutes. Eventually, Chu Liuxiang spoke. "I apologize for leaving the family in such a manner, father. However, I do not regret it. To live with Yuan like a family, I have been living my dream." Chu Shijian smiled and said, "You do not need to apologize. If anything, I should be the one apologizing, for I have failed as a father. I placed our family's wealth and business over your well-being and happiness, hurting you in the process. You have chosen a fine partner, Liuxiang." I would smile and feel relieved whenever I saw Yuan being mentioned on the news. To think such a capable man is taking care of my daughter, I cannot be any happier. "Father," Chu Liuxiang muttered, seemingly on the verge of tears. Chapter 1492 Spirit Healing Academy. Chapter 1492 Spirit Healing Academy. 1492 Spirit Healing Academy. Once the room and device were prepared, Wang Xiaoying lay on the bed with Yuan sitting beside her. "I will watch over you until you return," he said with a calm smile. Realizing that she'd be essentially sleeping with Yuan by her side, Wang Xiaoying immediately became flustered. Seeing this, Yuan chuckled and teased. "Are you worried that I might do something weird while you're inside?" However, to his surprise, Wang Xiaoying said, "Try not to wake me up if you do, since I will be doing alchemy." Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after hearing her unexpected response, but before he could even say anything else, Wang Xiaoying entered. Once inside, Wang Xiaoying took a minute to calm herself before she went to collect the ingredients needed for the antidote. Since the antidote required a few rare ingredients she didn't have at hand, she had to head to the medicine hall, which was located at the outer court. Wang Xiaoying was a core disciple at the Spirit Healing Academy, one of the top sects within Spirit Heaven and the #1 alchemy sect. Although it's only been about 2 short years since she joined the sect, Wang Xiaoying managed to rise to the top and become a core disciple. Her talents were considered the best in the sect, surpassing that even of their sect master. While even the most talented disciples require months of memorizing ingredients before they can even start learning about alchemy, Wang Xiaoying began concocting pills after just a week in the sect. The speed at which she memorized ingredients and medicine-related information was simply unheard of and terrifying. Once an alchemist is capable of concocting a Tier 1 pill with over 60% purity, they are automatically considered a pill disciple. They will remain a pill disciple until they can concoct Tier 3 pills with over 60% purity. Once such a feat is achieved, they will be considered a pill expert, and it usually requires years of experience to achieve the status of pill expert, with many failing to do that in their entire life. Those who are capable of becoming a pill expert typically require 15 to 20 years of experience, while the more talented ones only require around 10 years. An alchemy genius could achieve that in half the time with less effort. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying managed to become a pill expert in under a year, achieving a record in the Spirit Healing Academy. Her talents were so rare and jaw-dropping that the sect master of the Spirit Healing Academy wanted to accept her as a disciple and nurture her as the future sect master. However, this would require Wang Xiuying to remain in the sect for longer than she wanted, so she refused the position. Naturally, the sect master was upset about Wang Xiuying's refusal to become the next sect master, but she didn't try to force Wang Xiuying to stay and even offer to have someone from the third heaven help her ascend to join a better sect in the future. As Wang Xiuying flew to the medicine hall on her flying treasure, she thought to herself, I have learned everything this sect could teach me and will become a pill master in a few months, even if I leave the sect right now. I guess it's about time I make my way to the third heaven soon. When the disciples outside the medicine hall noticed Wang Xiuying's arrival, they quickly approached her with respectful smiles and bowed to her. Good evening, Senior Apprentice Sister Wang. How's your alchemy been progressing? Can you concoct Tier 4 pills yet? Senior Apprentice Sister Wang, I have a question regarding alchemy. Wang Xiuying was bombarded with questions, especially alchemy-related questions. Due to her experience and knowledge surpassing even most sect elders, she would often give lectures to the disciples. Sorry, everyone, but I am in the middle of an urgent business. If you have any questions, I will be more than happy to hear them during my next lecture, which will happen at the usual location in a week. Wang Xiuying apologized to the disciples before rushing into the medicine hall, a tall building with 10 floors. She stopped on the 7th floor and approached one of the available workers there. Good evening, Healer Wang. How can a medicine hall assist you today? The worker treated her as though she was a sect elder. Wang Xiuying handed a list of ingredients to the worker and said, I need these as soon as possible. The worker didn't even glance at the list of ingredients and nodded. Of course. Please give me a moment to prepare the ingredients. As a core disciple, Wang Xiuying had near unlimited access to the ingredients as long as they weren't too rare, and she wasn't being unreasonable with the amount. Furthermore, she was assisting the sect in producing pills exclusive to the Spirit Healing Academy, which were sold outside the sect. This allowed her to have more access than other core disciples, including many sect elders. While Wang Xiuying waited for the ingredients, she noticed someone was approaching her from behind. Turning around, she was greeted by a beautiful woman. Elder Mu. Wang Xiuying greeted the sect elder, who was responsible for her when she first joined the sect. It's been a while since I last saw you outside your peak. What are you up to this time? Why are you making it sound like I'm always causing trouble? Wang Xiuying chuckled. Aren't you always, though? Wang Xiuying shook her head with a smile and continued. I am getting ingredient for the Basilisk tier antidote. What? Basilisk's tier? Don't tell me the victim is one of our disciples. Elder Mu inquired. Don't worry, Elder Mu. The victim isn't from our sect, but he's my friend's father. Your friend is lucky to have you. The antidote is a difficult tier 3 pill that only a few sect elders have the ability to concoct, and they aren't usually found in stores because the poison is rarely used nowadays, so you need to find someone to make it. Elder Mu said. The worker returned shortly after with the ingredients prepared. Chapter 1493 Antidote. Chapter 1493 Antidote. 1493 Antidote. Here are the ingredients you have requested, Healer Wang. The worker placed the ingredients on the table before them. Thank you. Wang Xiuying tossed all of the ingredients into her spatial ring. Are you returning to your residence now? Elder Mu asked her. Yes, then I will be leaving again after I concoct the antidote. I will come with you since it's been a while since I last saw you working. Okay. The two of them left the medicine hall and made their way back to Wang Xiuying's residence. Once they arrived, Wang Xiuying retrieved a cauldron and immediately began concocting the antidote. Elder Mu, I've told you this before, but I do not plan on staying in the Spirit Healing Academy forever. She spoke as she concocted the pill, something most alchemists don't dare to do since it takes away their focus. Elder Mu nodded. Yes, you have. The sect master may be upset by your decision, but she also understands it. This place is simply too small for someone as talented as you, Disciple Wang. You're destined to climb higher than all of us and achieve great things as an alchemist. Since you're bringing this up now, do you plan on leaving soon? Elder Mu looked at her with a calm gaze. Yes, it's about time I climbed the stairway to heaven. Why would you willingly put yourself through that ordeal when we can have someone from the third heaven guide you there? Elder Mu asked. Unbeknownst to Elder Mu, all players had access to the stairway to heaven and could ascend without needing to partake in the trial because of Yuan. However, players could still willingly partake in the trials. The majority of players ascended without participating in the trials, but minority willingly did so just to train themselves. After all, even if they failed the trials, it wouldn't affect their ability to ascend. In fact, Yuan had advised everyone in the Demon Sealing faction to ascend the 9 heavens through their own effort instead of solely relying on him, as it would greatly benefit them. While it was possible to die during trials with countless people perishing to it since its establishment as the master of the stairway to heaven, Yuan made it so that nobody from the Demon Sealing faction would die during a trial. He also adjusted their difficulty, making it much harder than usual. This made the stairway to heaven a perfect training device for the Demon Sealing faction. I don't want to accept every handout coming my way. I have my own pride, you know? Once I ascend to the third heaven, I will join a sect through my own powers, not because of some recommendation. Wait a second. Does that mean you won't be joining the Jade Cauldron sect? Their sect master is already expecting you to join them. Elder Mu panicked a little after hearing her words. Wang Xiuying shook her head and said, I didn't say that I wouldn't join them, Elder Mu. I am saying that I will join them through the disciple examination by proving my qualifications, just like how I had to prove my qualifications before joining the Spear Healing Academy. But you have already proven your qualifications in the last 2 years. Nobody will dare to question your qualifications now. Perhaps not their sect master and sect elders, but my fellow disciples will definitely question my qualifications. I know how the others will look at me if I join through the back door, regardless of my qualifications. You are truly something. Elder Mu showed a defeated smile on her face. No, this is the bare minimum. If I don't do this much, I will never be able to catch up to him, much less walk beside him. Wang Xiuying muttered with a somewhat dazed face. Him? Who are you talking about? Elder Mu inquired in a curious tone. My friend and idol. You should have heard of him before. If he hadn't refused to ascend after the Mystic Realm, I would have never had the chance to come here so soon. You mean that arrogant Ba? Ahem. Of course, I remember him. Had caused quite the scene before, after all. Elder Mu coughed mid-sentence. Wang Xiuying sighed. I wouldn't badmouth him if I were you, even if he's not here. You might receive bad luck. Why are you even trying to surpass him? I know he's a cultivation genius, but is he also an alchemy genius? Elder Mu inquired. Not as far as I am aware. And who said anything about surpassing him? That's literally impossible. I just want to be useful enough to stand by his side. What are you saying? You have the potential to become an alchemy emperor at the very least. Who knows, you might even become an alchemy god. There's no way you wouldn't be useful with such talents. You wouldn't understand it even if I spent an entire day explaining it to you, Elder Mu. Anyways, my pill is about to be completed. Wang Xiuying stopped talking and poured all of her focus into the cauldron. A few minutes later, Wang Xiuying removed the lid and retrieved the pill from the cauldron, quickly sealing it inside a pill bottle. I am finished here, so I will be leaving soon. Elder Mu nodded and said, Then I will speak to the sect master, your master, about your inevitable departure. Thank you, Elder Mu. I will also speak with my master the next time I return. Wang Xiuying logged off cultivation online shortly after. When she woke up, she found Yuan cultivating beside her. You have the antidote? Yuan opened his eyes and spoke before she could even disturb him. Yes. Wang Xiaoying retrieved the pill shed just created. Great. Then let's return. Sebastian was waiting for them outside and guided them back to Chu Shijian's room. You're back already? It's only been a little over an hour. Chu Shijian wasn't expecting the antidote so soon. Yes, and I have your antidote here. Wang Xiaoying showed the pill on her palm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1494, Curing Chu Shijian. Chapter 1494, Curing Chu Shijian. 1494, Curing Chu Shijian. Wang Xiaoying handed the antidote to Chu Liuxiang and said, I'll give you the honor. Thank you. After accepting the antidote, Chu Liuxiang opened the seal and poured the pill in her grasp before offering it to Chu Shijian. The pill was only the size of a fingernail, but exuded an intense, bitter smell. It's going to be very bitter, Wang Xiaoying warned as Chu Shijian accepted the pill. Without hesitation, Chu Shijian tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it with water. The pill quickly dissolved, and Chu Shijian's face immediately twisted with disgust. It had the worst taste Head ever experienced, both intensely strong and long-lasting. Fuck, is this what drinking moldy milk would be like? Chu Shijian nearly puked but managed to keep it inside. He looked at Wang Xiaoying with teary eyes and a runny nose, and he couldn't help but wonder if she had actually poisoned him instead of curing him. That means the medicine is working, Wang Xiaoying calmly said, and she continued, You'll need to use the bathroom in a bit. Things might get a little explosive. Chu Shijian's eyes widened at her words, but before he could even open his mouth to respond, he felt a churning sensation in his stomach. When he sensed a weird sensation from his rear, he immediately jumped out of bed and rushed outside. And Master, Sebastian was shocked to see Chu Shijian out of bed and running when he could barely walk just hours ago. Looks like he'll be just fine. Wang Xiaoying chuckled. Once again, thank you for saving my father, Chu Liuxiang said to her. Wang Xiaoying casually waved her hand and said, You don't need to thank me. I merely did the obvious and right thing. Still, I feel grateful to you. Is the master cured? Sebastian asked as he entered the room. Yes, he's cured. Wang Xiaoying nodded. Thank the heavens. Without him, the Chu family wouldn't have survived another month, let alone another year. An hour passed, but Chu Shijian had yet to return from the bathroom. How long do you think he'll spend inside the bathroom? Chu Liuxiang asked. Hard to tell. It varies depending on how much poison was in his body. Considering his state, it'll probably take 3 to 4 hours before he finishes cleansing it out of his body. 3 to 4 hours? Chu Liuxiang did not expect it to last so long. Shall we come back tomorrow? Yuan said. We should. He'll need to rest properly afterward, too. Wang Xiaoying said. Then we'll come back tomorrow at noon, Yuan said to Sebastian. Very well. I will let the master know once he returns. Yuan left the Chu family with the others shortly after, while Sebastian continued to wait for Chu Shijian's return. 4.5 hours later, Chu Shijian returned to the room with a pale expression, but he looked much better overall than before he left for the bathroom. Welcome back, master. Yuan and the others have already left for today. They'll return tomorrow at noon. Sebastian said. I see. The doctor also advised you to rest for the remainder of the day. I understand. After Chu Shijian went under the blankets on his bed, he said, with a serious expression, Sebastian, I want you to investigate my wives. All 4 of them. I will immediately do so. Sebastian calmly nodded. Chu Shijian narrowed his eyes at Sebastian and asked, You don't seem at all surprised by my request. How long have you been suspecting them? And why haven't you said anything? It's not this lowly servant's job to make assumptions. Even if I suspect them, I have no proof, nor do I dare to investigate the mistresses without the master's order. Sebastian, you take your job too seriously. Chu Shijian sighed out loud. You've been working for our family since your childhood, not even mentioning your ancestors. I see you more as a friend than a servant. If you have something to say, please do not hesitate to speak up." After a moment of silence, Sebastian spoke. "I had a suspicion that you were poisoned at first, but I threw away that thought after none of the doctors made such a claim. When I still believed that you were poisoned, I immediately suspected one of the mistresses, as they were the only ones who could have poisoned you without my knowledge. I personally prepare your food, so I know it didn't come from me. With that being said, do you have any idea who could have poisoned you?" Sebastian then asked. Chu Shijian closed his eyes to ponder. A few minutes later, he sighed while shaking his head. "I've made contact with all of my wives before I got sick, and without knowing how I was poisoned, it's impossible to tell who had the capability to poison me. We can ask the doctor tomorrow." "We shall. Go get some sleep now." The following morning, after breakfast, Xiaoxiao approached Meishio for her interview. "How long have you known Yuan?" "Pretty much for my entire life," she said. "Your mother is Miss Meifeng, correct? Did you also work for Yuan?" "That's correct. I was trained to serve Yuan, but ended up serving his sister for the majority of my time there. I only started serving him again after we left the Yu family." "What's your current relationship with Yuan now?" Meishio hesitated to answer this question, as she was unsure whether she could reveal such private information to the rest of the world. "She's my partner." Yuan's voice suddenly resounded, surprising the both of them. "By partner, do you mean?" Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously. "Yes, she's my lover," Yuan clarified without an ounce of hesitation in his voice. Meishio stared at him with wide eyes, her face slightly flushed. Yuan smiled at her and said, "Are you embarrassed to be my woman, so you don't want the world to know?" That's not it," she hastily said. He chuckled. "I know. I'm just teasing you." Xiaoxiao stared at them with a dazed look on her face, seemingly unable to find the proper reaction to this shocking information. Chapter 1495, There's Still Hope. Chapter 1495, There's Still Hope. 1495, There's Still Hope. Yuan has a lover? This is huge news, probably the biggest one in this entire interview. Xiaoxiao cried inwardly, as she couldn't help but feel pity for the countless maidens who had fallen in love with Yuan. "How long have you been together for?" Xiaoxiao continued to inquire. "Probably about a year now," Meishio said, with a pondering expression. "You guys can continue. He'll be in the training ground with the others," Yuan said before leaving them alone. After Yuan left, Xiaoxiao asked, "In your eyes, what do you believe is Yuan's biggest charm? And when did you start liking him?" "I don't know when I started liking him, but I've probably liked him since our childhood. He has many charms, but his biggest charm is definitely his dependability. I can always depend on his words, and it's a great feeling always to have someone to rely on." In the training grounds, Yuan sparred with the others. Meanwhile, the world outside of the Dragon Spiral Mountain was in an uproar after all faction wars had been paused and delayed for an entire month. When the organizers, the Cultivators Association, were questioned for a reason, their response during a live interview sent immense shockwaves throughout the entire world. The Great Battlefield is undergoing reconstruction, and all arenas will receive an upgrade, which will allow the players to fight each other with their full strength without needing to worry about accidentally killing their opponents. When the chairman of the Cultivators Association made this announcement, they were bombarded with questions on how such a feat was even possible. "We have a powerful array master on our side who has the ability to create formations to achieve this feat. Who is this array master?" one reporter asked. "Unfortunately, we are not allowed to disclose his identity, as requested by the array master himself." "How reliable are these formations?" another reporter asked. "Very reliable. I, along with several of my colleagues, experience firsthand its effects, and we can guarantee its effectiveness," Chairman Li responded. "If you're not convinced by this, the Demon Sealing faction and the Fiery Garden of Hell have agreed to become the first ones to test the formation." Wait, does that mean the Fiery Garden of Hell has accepted player Yuan's direct challenge? Indeed, the Fiery Garden of Hell was the one to send a challenge request, and the Demon Sealing faction accepted it. The terms of the faction war will be the same as the demon-sealing faction's faction war against the fiery locust swarm. During this interview, the world also learned of the demon-sealing faction's second faction war, which was several times more shocking than their match against the fiery locust swarm, as the fiery garden of hell had over 500,000 players. Thousands of articles on their upcoming faction war filled the internet. Fiery Garden of Hell accepts player Yuan's challenge. Player Yuan bites more than he can chew. From ranked 86 to ranked 5th, will player Yuan challenge rank 1 for their third faction war? While the rest of the world talked about the upcoming changes to the future of faction wars, Xiaoxiao interviewed Chu Wuyang after Meishio. How long have you known Yuan? Xiaoxiao asked. I've known Yuan even before he was adopted by the Yu family. We came from the same orphanage, after all. Wow, what was Yuan like during his childhood? Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with excitement at this unexpected information. Pretty much how you'd expect a child to behave, but he was already talented with instruments back then. He taught me how to play the harmonica, too. How would you describe your relationship with Yuan nowadays? We're partners. Chu Wuyang responded without hesitation. Cha? Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. By partner, do you mean we're lovers? Chu Wuyang interrupted. Huh? Wait, but I thought. Xiaoxiao immediately became confused by this revelation. Xiaoxiao wasn't sure if she should mention Meishio. What if Yuan and Chu Wuyang were in some kind of secret relationship? What if he was cheating on Meishio? These stories are very common, after all. Seeing Xiaoxiao's hesitation, Chu Wuyang chuckled. Are you worried about Meishio? Yeah, don't worry, we're both his lovers. So she knows? Yes. And you're both okay with sharing him? Of course. Is that so? Xiaoxiao could feel her heart racing for some reason. Why are you surprised? It's not a new thing. My father also has several wives. Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and said, Now that you mention it, I guess it isn't that surprising for someone like Yuan to have several lovers. There's still hope for the others. She cried inwardly. Yuning also had similar thoughts when she learned that Yuan had 2 Dao companions. Xiaoxiao ended her interview with Chu Wuyang an hour later. Although there was still plenty of time, she decided to end the interview for that day since only Yuan was left to be interviewed, and she wanted to spend an entire day with him. When noon arrived, Yuan, Chu Wuyang, and Wang Xiaoying made their way to the Chu family's residence as scheduled. This time, they just flew directly to their residence, saving time. Sebastian, why is the house so empty? Where's everyone? Chu Wuyang asked as they walked through the empty hallways. The other mistresses and your siblings are all doing their own things outside. When father is this sick, Chu Wuyang frowned. It's precisely because he's sick that they have to leave. After all, with the master bedridden, they're the only ones who can continue the family businesses. Sebastian explained. That makes sense. I shouldn't have made any assumptions. Sorry. It's fine. I understand completely where you're coming from. They entered Chu Shijian's room shortly after. You look much better today, Wang Xiaoying said to Chu Shijian after seeing his appearance. It's all thanks to you. Chu Shijian laughed heartily. Anyway, I have a question. How is that poison typically applied? He suddenly stopped laughing and asked with a serious expression. Chapter 1496, The Culprit. Chapter 1496, The Culprit. 1496, The Culprit. Hearing Chu Shijian's question, Wang Xiaoying pondered for a minute before responding. There are several ways to apply Basilisk's tear. The easiest method is to mix it with liquid and feed it to someone, but since it has a distinct bitter taste, the best approach is to mix it with something sweet. It can also be injected into solid food. Something sweet? Chu Shijian began trying to recall the last time he had something sweet. His complexion darkened a moment later when he recalled something, and his body trembled in anger. It can't be, he muttered in a cold voice. Who poisoned you, father? Chu Wuyang asked with a deep frown on her face. Chu Shijian didn't respond and turned to look at Sebastian with a serious expression before asking loudly, "What is Chu Wuyang doing at this moment?" "Chu Wuyang? That useless brother?" Chu Xiaoxiao cried out loud after hearing his name. "Chu Wuyang?" Yuan raised an eyebrow as he recalled this familiar name. He was the one who blocked me at the front door when I tried to get Lulu back. Yuan recalled beating Chu Wuyang so hard that he fell unconscious. "Young Master Wuyang should be in charge of our business inn, the one located at Third Heaven." Sebastian quickly replied, "Don't tell me. He was the one who poisoned you?" Chu Shijian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in frustration. "I don't have solid proof or want to suspect him, but he was the only one who fed me something in the last several months. Right before I got sick, he brought me a slice of cake and asked for my opinion on it. The cake was so sweet, I can still recall it clearly even now, so I only had a single bite. However, Chu Wuyang also tasted the cake right after I gave my opinion." Wang Xiaoying then said, "I don't want to make assumptions, but he could have easily prepared the antidote beforehand. This poison isn't deadly as long as you're prepared. The antidote is also not that hard to find. Why would he do something so foolish? Sebastian, summon Chu Wuyang and his mother for me," Chu Shijian commanded. Right away, Sebastian immediately rushed out of the room. Chu Shijian lowered his head in a dejected manner and used his hands to massage between his eyes. "What should I do now?" he muttered in a stressful voice. Nobody in the room responded. This was Chu Shijian's problem to solve as Chu Wuyang's father and victim. Sebastian returned a few minutes later with the news. "I have notified young Master Wuyang and his mother, telling them that there's been an emergency. They should arrive in a few hours." Chu Shijian nodded and said, "In fact, summon everyone. I want everybody there to witness Chu Wuyang's response." "As you command." Sebastian left again. "Father, we should probably leave," Chu Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. "Even if you're no longer part of the family, I would like for you to be there. You too, Yuan. If you don't mind, that is." Chu Shijian stared at them with a serious face. "I don't mind being there." Yuan calmly nodded. "Then I'll be there as well," Chu Xiaoxiao said. Wang Xiaoying left the Chu family shortly after checking Chu Shijian's condition, while Yuan and Chu Xiaoxiao remained. While they waited for the rest of the Chu family, they rested in Chu Luxiang's old room, which was left untouched. They kept this place clean. Chu Xiaoxiao was left speechless after realizing that they'd continued to clean her room even after she left. "So this is your room, huh?" Yuan looked around with interest. "I want to show you my room long ago, but alas. Better late than never, right?" he smiled. Chu Xiaoxiao proceeded to spend her time cultivating while she waited. Meanwhile, Yuan closed his eyes to study his techniques. A few hours later, Sebastian knocked on their room and brought them to the audience room. Chu Shijian was already there when they arrived. "3 of my wives have already arrived. We're waiting for the last one to arrive before we start," Chu Shijian said as he gestured for them to sit in the chairs beside him. Half an hour later, the 4th wife arrived. With the entire Chu family present, Sebastian led them to the audience room. What the hell is going on here? They were immediately shocked to see Chu Xiaoxiao and Yuan sitting beside Chu Shijian. Father? Chu Wuyang also expressed great shock, but his attention was on Chu Shijian instead of the other two. Chu Shijian didn't miss this and felt his blood boiling from anger, but he managed to keep his outer appearance calm. "Dear, what on earth is happening here? Are you sure you can be out of bed right now?" Chu Shijian's first wife, Chu Shufan, stepped forward and inquired. Instead of asking about Yuan and Chu Xiaoxiao, she questioned his well-being first. Chu Shijian nodded. "As you can see from my appearance, I have been cured of my sickness." "Is that true? What was the sickness? And who cured it?" The other wives also started speaking. "We did." Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. "Well, to be precise, a member of our demon sealing faction did." "Why you? What are you even doing back here? I thought you'd left the family and would never return." Chu Shufan stared at her with a frown. Her frown deepened when she shifted her gaze to Yuan. "We can discuss them later. I summoned all of you here for another reason, my sickness. I thought I had contracted an unknown illness, but guess what? I wasn't actually sick. It turned out that I had been poisoned. Chu Shijian's voice grew grimmer as he continued with a hint of self-mockery within. What? Poisoned? Who would dare? And when could have this happened? Chu Shufeng shouted in anger. The poison is called Basilisk's tear, something that does not belong to our world, but came from cultivation online. Chu Shijian explained. As he listened to his father's words, the pace of Chu Wuyang's heartbeat quickened. Chapter 1497, Chu Wuyang. Chapter 1497, Chu Wuyang 1497, Chu Wuyang Fuck. Why is this happening? What went wrong? I did everything perfectly. Chu Wuyang cried inwardly after realizing that his plan to assassinate Chu Shijian had failed. He shifted his gaze from Chu Shijian to Chu Xiaoxiao before stopping at Yuan. It must be this bastard's doing. This is the second time you've hindered my plans. You fucking bastard. Yuan noticed Chu Wuyang staring at him. So he made eye contact with him and showed a mocking grin. This fucker. Chu Wuyang's body trembled from anger. Do you know who poisoned you? Chu Shufeng suddenly asked. Chu Shijian didn't immediately respond, so the entire room fell silent. I do. Chu Wuyang tried to hide the fear on his face, but failed to do so. Who? Which brave bastard dared to assassinate you? Chu Shijian sighed and said, That person is currently in this room with us. What? The wives immediately started exchanging looks, their faces filled with disbelief and doubt. Chu Shufeng shook her head and spoke a moment later. Dear, there must have been some sort of mistake. How did you learn that someone here poisoned you? I rarely left this place after my Tian was crippled and I returned to being a mere mortal. I was completely healthy, albeit weak, until the system update happened. I began growing sick shortly after the system update, and I hadn't left our home for an entire month before the system update. So only someone from our family could have poisoned me. The poison, Basilisk's tear, is administered through consumption, whether it be through liquid or food. Additionally, its intensely bitter taste can only be masked effectively with sweetness. Sebastian is responsible for all of my food, but there's no way Head poisoned me. He has been with our family since birth, not to mention his ancestors. I trust him enough to entrust my life to him. Moreover, since I have a strict diet, He'd never go out of his way to cook anything sweet without receiving my request first. From the moment the system update occurred to now, only one individual in this room has fed me something sweet. Overwhelmingly so, at that. Chu Shijian's gaze fell upon Chu Wuyang, who was visibly shaking by now and looked as though he was about to freeze to death. The others followed his gaze to Chu Wuyang, their eyes wide with shock. And no, there must have been a misunderstanding. My son would never do such a thing. His mother quickly stepped forward, shielding Chu Wuyang with her body. That's right, Chu Wuyang shouted. It's true that I had fed you a slice of cake, but I also ate from that very slice right after you. So why did I not get sick? Chu Wuyang cried out loud, desperately defending himself. Don't tell me you're going to say that I had prepared the antidote for myself beforehand, because that is mere speculation and not solid proof. Chu Shijian nodded. You're right, and I am not foolish enough to accuse you without solid proof. Therefore, I had Sebastian dig through all your stuff. Sebastian, he called out loud. Sebastian entered the room the very next second with a folder in his grasp. Young Master Wuyang, you're not very good at hiding your secrets. It only took me several hours of investigation to learn so much about you. Not only are you in constant contact with the Qin family's eldest son, Qin Boang, but you've also been paid tremendously by them for the past 4 years. What? You've been scheming behind our backs with the Qin family. The others exclaimed in shock upon hearing this revelation. That's bullshit, Chu Wuyang cried out loud. Yuan's laughter suddenly erupted, followed by his words. Chu Wuyang, you must be immensely cherished by your family to achieve Spirit Lord at your age. I can only imagine the wealth and resources they've lavished upon you. What? Spirit Lord? Chu Shijian and the rest of the Chu family were baffled to learn this, as they weren't aware of his cultivation this entire time due to their inferior cultivations. The strongest cultivator in their family was a mere spirit master, and due to the Qin family's hindrance, they didn't have the luxury of drowning themselves in resources after the system update. Is this why you betrayed your own family, Chu Wuyang, for some cultivation resources? You are a disgrace, Chu Shijian roared, his face bulging with veins. I cannot even begin to imagine attempting to assassinate my own father just to reach Spirit Lord. I knew you were always pathetic, but I could have never imagined it was to this extent. Chu Xiaoxiao spoke in a cold voice as she looked at Chu Wuyang as if he were a mere bug. But she was not finished and continued. Or what? Did Yuan beat you so hard that you gone insane? Actually, that happened long after you started scheming with the Qin family, so that cannot be the case. Please tell me this is all a lie. Wuyang, tell them that it's all just a misunderstanding. His mother grabbed his sleeves and muttered while crying. Chu Wuyang suddenly stopped trembling and stood there like a stone statue. After a moment of silence, he snapped, "Did you think I wanted to do this?" Lifting his head, his face contorted with anger, he pointed at Chu Xiaoxiao and shouted, "This is all because of you. You don't even share our bloodline. You were merely adopted, yet you receive better treatment and more privilege than me, who was actually born into this family. From the day you came to our household, everything went to you. Resources, opportunities, my father's love, everything." Chu Wuyang turned to look at the eldest son and continued, "If anyone can understand me, it's you, elder brother Yuan Jun. In fact, being the eldest in our family, you must hate her more than I do." Chu Yuan Jun, who was suddenly dragged into this mess, merely lowered his head in silence. That's your reason for poisoning your own father? As expected of someone as weak and fragile as you. It's very befitting, flawlessly so. A cold voice suddenly sneered. Chu Wuyang snapped his head to glare at Yuan, who had just spoken, his gaze brimming with intense killing intent and profound hatred. Chapter 1498 Magic Talisman. Chapter 1498 Magic Talisman. 1498 Magic Talisman. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Chu Wuyang roared, his spirit lord aura exploding around him. However, due to the formation, he could only exert the strength of a peak spirit grandmaster. "What do you think you're trying to do?" Chu Shijian shouted. "Whatever I want." Without another word, Chu Wuyang lunged at Yuan like a tiger, his entire being radiating bloodlust. In midair, he summoned a sword and swung it at Yuan without hesitation. "Yuan!" Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously called out to him, even though she knew Chu Wuyang wouldn't be able to touch even a single hair on him. Sure enough, Yuan casually caught the blade with 2 fingers and, with seemingly no effort, pinched it so hard that the entire blade shattered into hundreds of fragments. "What? That was a heaven-grade treasure!" Chu Wuyang exclaimed in a terrified voice. Had never seen someone breaking a spirit-grade treasure with their bare hands before, much less heaven-grade. It must be some kind of trick. Chu Wuyang gritted his teeth. After distancing himself from Yuan and pausing for a moment, he retrieved a black talisman and infused it with half of his spiritual energy. The black talisman emitted a crimson glow before suddenly catching fire and burning away. Flames of purgatory. Turn that bastard into ash. Once the magic talisman fully burned away, it released a powerful pillar of fire that resembled a dragon's breath in Yuan's direction. The magic talisman contained a powerful divine rank martial technique. Once released, it can instantly kill even a peak spirit lord. Let's see how you, a mere spirit grandmaster, survive it. Chu Wuyang grinned as he watched the flames engulf Yuan's figure. "That's a dangerous thing you have there." Yuan's voice resounded, followed by a strange whooshing noise. The flames suddenly vanished as if consumed by the air itself, revealing Yuan's perfectly unharmed appearance and a beautiful silver spear that wasn't in his grasp a moment prior. That could have destroyed a good portion of this mountain if I hadn't erased it in time, he continued in a grim voice. Clearly limiting their cultivation isn't enough. I will need to find a way to deal with such tactics later. He sighed inwardly. Hey, Chow, how the hell are you doing this? Chu Wuyang roared, his face twisted in confusion, seemingly on the verge of madness. However, Yuan wasn't even paying attention to him. He was looking at Chu Shijian. How do you want to punish him, he asked. Chu Shijian responded solemnly as she glared at Chu Wuyang. Chu Wuyang, for your crimes, your betrayal, I hereby disown you. And to prevent you from harming others, I will cripple your cultivation. Please wait a moment. Let's talk about this first. Chu Wuyang's mother suddenly stepped forward. However, Chu Shijian's face remained resolute, and he said, Chu Mei, don't act like you're completely innocent, either. Since he's your son, we will also be investigating you to see if you have any involvement. In fact, everyone in the family will be investigated with no exceptions. If you're not satisfied with my decision, you may leave the Chu family with him. Chu Wuyang, you're lucky I am sparing your life despite your assassination attempt on my life. The room fell silent. Yuan broke the silence by stepping away from his seat. You heard him, Chu Wuyang. Since I am the only one capable of crippling you here, I shall do the honors. No hard feelings. Gee, get away from you monster. Chu Wuyang turned around and began running away. Seeing this, Yuan activated Heavenly Domain, instantly restricting his movements. The less you struggle, the less painful this will be. Or would you rather I beat you down first, like the last time? Don't worry, it'll be over before you even know it. Without taking another step, Yuan raised his hand and pointed a finger at Chu Wuyang's back. In the next moment, a thin strand of sword aura shot out from Yuan's fingertip, flying at Chu Wuyang's dantian like a bullet. Upon impact, the sword aura drilled a hole within Chu Wuyang's dantian, causing it to leak out all of its spiritual energy. Chu Wuyang's cultivation immediately began to decline. In less than 10 seconds, it plummeted from Spirit Lord to Spirit Grandmaster, then further to Spirit Master, Spirit Warrior, and Spirit Apprentice, until it was completely depleted of spiritual energy. And no. Chu Wuyang's horrified cry echoed throughout the entire room. Chu Shijian and the others swallowed nervously after witnessing Yuan's domineering display of strength. He was so powerful that even a spirit lord like Chu Wuyang seemed as vulnerable as a chicken on the chopping board. Omicron him after crippling Chu Wuyang's cultivation. Yuan returned to his seat and casually sat down without even a ripple on his nonchalant expression. I knew he was powerful, but to think he'd be this overbearing. Chu Shufeng was quivering in her shoes when she recalled their fight with him. After a moment of silence, Chu Shijian spoke. Sebastian, escort our guest to the interrogation room. If he refuses to move, you could drag him away. Yes. Sebastian proceeded to drag Chu Wuyang out of the room. Chu Wuyang's mother watched all of this unfold with a dazed look, but she didn't dare to help him any further, fearing it might incriminate her. Sometime later, Chu Shijian said to the others, You can leave for now. We will continue this tomorrow. In the end, only Yuan and Chu Xiaoxiao remained in the room with him. So what are your plans now? Yuan asked Chu Shijian. Unfortunately, this won't really change our situation with the Qin family. Chu Wuyang has already done irreversible damage to our family. The Qin family's hindrance may slow down for a bit without Chu Wuyang, but it won't stop them from bankrupting us. Our business within Cultivation Online, which was handled by Chu Wuyang, will also be in a mess for some time. This business, can you tell me more about it? Yuan suddenly asked. Chapter 1499 Businesses in. Chapter 1499 Businesses in 1499 Businesses in. Our business in? It's nothing special, just your typical operation with the usual groups. Chu Shijian said. He continued, as you probably already know, is heavily incorporated into our economy now. Nowadays, it's fine even if you have no money in the real world. As long as you have money in, you're essentially successful even in the real world. Most large businesses like us have different branches that specialize in their own gold-earning strategy. For example, we have a Monster Hunter branch, which focuses solely on hunting magical beasts for monster cores and materials. This is the most profitable method, but also the most tiring and competitive. Although we used to have businesses in every realm, we've decided to move to the third heaven, where resources and wealth are much easier to acquire compared to the lower heaven, and competition is weaker there due to the higher requirements. Other operations include quest farming and herb picking for those with weaker cultivations. Alchemy is also a very profitable business, but unfortunately, the requirement for this are extremely high, and any alchemist that can concoct Tier 2 and above pills is in very high demand, not to mention their expensive contracts. We also have a dungeon-focused branch that specifically clears those, but the casualty rate is even higher than the Monster Hunter branch. Yuan quickly digested this information and nodded. I see how it works. How does the Qin family hinder your business? Targeting a specific business is much harder than you might think since they'll need to know our operations and workers' identity. Since Chu Wuyang, who was in charge of our business gave Qin family our information, it made our business in hell. The Qin family would target our monster hunting branch by killing our players during or after their hunt when they're the most vulnerable. For those working in cities, the Qin family would harass them and threaten them to stop working for us and whatnot. Once the Qin family realizes Chu Wuyang's been exposed as their spy, they will definitely come at us in full force since they no longer need to care about being exposed. What a bunch of filthy and unscrupulous bastards, the Qin family. Chu Shijian cursed out loud after learning of the situation. And since you don't have their information, you cannot fight back, Yuan muttered. Unfortunately, that is exactly the case. Is there anything we can do to help, Yuan? Chu Shijian asked him. Yuan closed his eyes to ponder. I could try to think of something. He'll be heading back down to the third heaven for a bit, anyway. Really? You're willing to help us after everything you've already done? Chu Shijian looked at him with a surprised face. He actually wanted to ask them for help, but since he had already received so much help from them, he was too ashamed to do so. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave for today. He'll contact you when I return to the third heaven. Yuan said. He looked at Chu Shijian and continued. You can stay here if you want. He'll stay behind to speak with my mother. Okay. Yuan returned to his residence shortly after, while Chu Shijian went to speak with Chu Shufan with Chu Shijian. Yuning, do you have any solution for those talismans? They could become a problem in the future. Yuan asked her. You mean the array talismans? They all contain arrays with martial techniques stored in them, so they're not really treasures, which makes it tricky to restrict them. However, they're quite difficult to create and very expensive, so I wouldn't worry too much about them for now. Perhaps not right now, but eventually. It would be disastrous if a talisman powerful enough to destroy this world somehow ends up in the wrong hands. If you're that worried, there is a Tier 8 formation that can restrict not just cultivation, but also the amount of spiritual energy that can be released in this world. Unfortunately, I am not capable enough to create it. Yuning said, Tier 8, huh? Tier 7 was pretty much the pinnacle of formations during the primordial era. Only one individual has managed to reach Tier 8. After pondering for a moment, Yuan showed a mysterious smile and spoke. Want to play a game with me, Yuning? What kind? To see which of us will become the first to reach Tier 8 Array Master. If you win, he'll accept any one request from you. If I win, I don't need anything from you. Huh? What purpose does this game serve? It doesn't benefit you, only me. Perhaps, but it serves as a good motivation for me. ITLL probably takes some time for you to reconstruct your body, so I have some time to catch up. Well, I have no reason to refuse something that would only benefit me. So I'll play your game. Yuning nodded. Chu Shijian returned a few hours after Yuan left. How did things go with your parents? He asked her. We're making progress, but ITLL takes some time before things return to how they were before. I left the family for an entire year, so I never expected everything to be fixed instantly. The following day, Xiaoxiao woke up earlier than usual. Today is the day. I made sure to interview Yuan last and dedicated an entire day just for him. Failure is not an option. She spent the next hour going through all her equipment to ensure the interview would be as smooth as possible. After breakfast, Xiaoxiao approached Yuan with a wide grin on her face. "He'll be with you for the entire day." He nodded with a smile. "Then let's start with my morning routine. I typically spend some time playing the zither after breakfast." As they made their way to the music room, Xiaoxiao began asking him questions. Chapter 1500 Yuan's Interview. Chapter 1500 Yuan's Interview. 1500 Yuan's Interview. What is your cultivation currently at in? Xiaoxiao asked Yuan as they walked through the hallways. "Ninth level Spirit King," he calmly responded. "Wow, I only know of one other person who's a Spirit King, and they've just achieved the first level of Spirit King after spending a fortune on resources. How much did you spend to get to your cultivation?" "I rarely purchase my cultivation resources. I hunt them. It's much cheaper and more efficient that way." "Wow, so you've reached the peak of Spirit King without consuming treasures. Is that even possible? Have you ever purchased gold for? What do you do with your resources?" "The majority of my cultivation was obtained from monster cores that I hunted. I have never purchased gold for, but I've sold many things on the auction house for money to spend on Earth. It's also how I was able to afford this place at first." "Oh, rare treasures that are typically out of most players' reach would occasionally make their way into CO player auctions, usually in bundles, and they would always sell for a fortune. Perhaps you're responsible for most of them?" Yuan smiled and said, "Perhaps." Sure enough, he'd sell all of the treasures that were useless to him at CO player auctions. This included all the loot he picked up from his slain enemies. There have been fewer and fewer high-quality treasures being sold in CO player auctions these days. Do you plan on selling more treasures in the future? Who knows? I don't really need any money right now. Yuan shrugged. Had already earned enough money to splurge on for several lifetimes, and since he no longer needed to pay to live in the Dragon Spiral Mansion ever since he helped the Lord kill the demons, he decided to stop selling treasures. "Can you tell me what you typically do in? Are you focused on improving your cultivation? Hunting treasures? Quests? A little bit of everything, I suppose. I don't have any routine or strictly focus on one thing. I just go where fate takes me." "Going where fate takes you, huh? That's a good one." Xiaoxiao chuckled. She paused for a moment to look at her notes before continuing. "You had a lot of player announcements from hunting many unique elite bosses. Can you tell us a little about that place?" "It's a dangerous place called the Vanishing Valley," Yuan calmly responded. Xiaoxiao was a little surprised to see Yuan answering so casually. Many people believed it was a secret hunting ground, so she wouldn't have been surprised if he had refused to answer the question. Seeing her reaction, Yuan smiled and said, "I know what you're thinking. It's a dangerous place filled with magical beasts that defy the cultivation restriction placed on each realm. So you can encounter magical beasts as powerful as immortal cultivators that you would normally only be able to encounter in the sixth heaven and above. Even I nearly died several times in there. So unless you have a death wish," Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously at this information. "No doubt. Many players will ignore Yuan's warning and visit the Vanishing Valley once they see this interview." Xiaoxiao stopped the interview when they arrived at the training ground. Yuan retrieved his zither and exercised his fingers with several heavenly songs. Xiaoxiao watched his performance with a dazed look on her face. It was Yuan's music that made her pursue a career as an idol. "Ah, I never got the chance to attend his live performance. To think I'd get this chance and be right beside him in this moment. I could die at peace now," she sighed inwardly. After the performance, Xiaoxiao continued the interview. "Why did you create the Demons Sealing faction?" "To fight demons," Yuan responded nonchalantly. "Demons? Is this in a figurative sense? Can you elaborate on that?" Xiaoxiao wore a puzzled look on her face. "No, I mean in a literal sense. Believe it or not, demons exist in this world. Xiaoxiao was left speechless. After a moment of silence, Yuan chuckled and said, "Of course, I am joking. I created the demon sealing faction because I wanted a place for myself and those close to me." I see. And why did you choose a name like the demon sealing faction? It doesn't really fit your images. There's an organization in cultivation online called the Demon Sealing Clan. I thought it sounded cool, so I took it. You took it? Xiaoxiao was left speechless again. After another moment of silence, she asked, "I'm sure countless people have the same question, but what are the requirements to become a member of the Demon Sealing faction?" There's no requirements. Then how come only 2 individuals managed to get into the Demon Sealing faction when thousands have applied? As I said, the Demon Sealing faction is like a family to me, so you naturally have to be close to me before you're even qualified to apply. But once you are qualified, there are no further requirements. Then does the Demon Sealing faction ever plan on opening to the public in the future? Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I cannot say with certainty that we will never open to the public, but I have no such plans as of this moment. The other Demon Sealing faction members started to appear on the training ground at this moment. Seeing this, Yuan said, I typically spend 2 to 3 hours sparring with the others. It rarely happens nowadays since I'm always inside cultivation online, but I try to spar with them whenever possible. Yuan, spar with me. Wu Zhao approached him first for a spar. Sure. What do you think your chances are in a spar against him? Xiaoxiao suddenly asked Wu Zhao, her voice tinged with curiosity. Huh, I have never won against him, nor do I ever expect to. Just getting a hit on him is already worth bragging about. Wu Zhao calmly responded. Chapter 1501 Yuan's Room. Chapter 1501 Yuan's Room. 1501 Yuan's Room. When Wu Zhao noticed the weird expression on Yin Xiaoxiao's face, he smiled and said, even though we know we won't ever win, we still benefit a lot from our losses because he doesn't just spar with us. He trains us at the same time. You should give a try later. You want me to spar with Yuan? Yin Xiaoxiao wore a look of disbelief on her pretty face. Why not? You're already here. Might as well get the full experience. Wu Zhao chuckled. Yuan smiled at this idea and agreed. Don't worry, it won't hurt that much. So ITLL still hurt, she exclaimed. She took a deep breath and sighed. But you're right. I might as well get the full experience. What better way of knowing someone than to exchange blows with them? Yuan and Wu Zhao began their spar shortly after, with Yin Xiaoxiao capturing every moment, or at least trying to. He's moving too fast for me, Yin Xiaoxiao cried inwardly. In the end, she gave up trying to follow Yuan's movements and focused on Wu Zhao, who was desperately trying to defend against Yuan's relentless attacks. The spar was one-sided, with Wu Zhao barely able to do anything at first. However, Wu Zhao quickly adapted and improved, allowing him to fight Yuan to a reasonable degree. Unbeknownst to Yin Xiaoxiao, Wu Zhao was being lectured by Yuan through divine sense as they fought. Suddenly, a figure that didn't belong to either Yuan or Wu Zhao appeared behind Yuan and tried to sneak attack him. Ding! Yuan casually blocked the sneak attack. Damn it! I thought I finally got you this time, Wang Ming exclaimed before he was sent flying by Yuan's sword swing. Yet, despite Wang Ming's random sneak attack that intruded on their spar, neither Yuan nor Wu Zhao looked surprised or seemed bothered by it. Huh? What's going on? Yin Xiaoxiao wore a puzzled look on her face. You seem confused. Wang Bingbing suddenly appeared beside her and asked. Seeing her nod, Wang Bingbing continued. This was encouraged by Yuan. He said that if anyone manages to sneak an attack on him successfully, he will reward that person with a powerful martial technique or spiritual weapon. Oh, we can only do this when he's in the training ground. I see, Yin Xiaoxiao muttered. Hey, let me join your spar, Wang Ming said after recovering from being thrown. Sure, Yuan calmly nodded. Thus, Wu Zhao and Wang Ming started attacking Yuan together. We can also try to take him down together. If we manage to defeat him, all of us will receive a reward. Wang Bingbing continued explaining. I guess you haven't been able to defeat him yet. Xiaoxiao said. Nope, but I can feel that day getting close. Wang Bingbing also joined Wu Zhao and Wang Ming shortly later, making it a 3 versus 1. The rest of the Demon Sealing faction members eventually joined the chaotic fight. Chu Shijian was the last to show up and join the fight, turning it into a 10 versus 1 spar. Fighting so many talented individuals simultaneously while limiting himself to basic sword techniques was difficult even for Yuan, especially when Li Jinxi and her explosive growth joined the fray. And since nobody there needed to worry about accidentally killing Yuan due to his heaven-defying regeneration ability, they were all able to go all out without holding anything back, fighting him as though their lives were on the line. Heavens, are they seriously trying to kill him? Xiaoxiao was terrified by what she was witnessing. Each attack by the Demon Sealing faction members exuded genuine killing intent, and they were all aiming for life-threatening areas such as his neck and heart without any hesitation in their movements. If a stranger were to stumble upon this scene without any context, they would undoubtedly think Yuan was being targeted by a group of seasoned killers. However, despite their efforts and cooperation, Yuan defeated them and emerged victorious without a single injury to his body. Considering the god of war's extensive fighting experience, it was only natural for him to dominate opponents who had barely 20 years of practice. Oh, right, Wu Zhao. Yuan suddenly called out to him as he lay on the ground from exhaustion. Since you defeated the most players during the faction war, you can receive the ancient rank technique. Do you have any specific techniques in mind? ID like a movement technique, something that will keep my opponents away from me. Yuan nodded. All right, I'll let you know when I find something suitable. Thank you. Yuan approached Xiaoxiao after the spar. I'm going to clean myself real quick. We can spar after the interview. Okay, can I have a look in your room later? She asked. Sure. We're heading there, anyway. They left the training ground while the others continued to train with each other. As they approached Yuan's room, Xiaoxiao could feel her heartbeat speeding up. Yuan's room. Yuan's room. I'm going to enter Yuan's room. She screamed internally. It's nothing fancy, so don't expect much, Yuan said as he opened the door, revealing his room. I won't take long. Yuan entered the bathroom shortly later, leaving Xiaoxiao alone. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, Xiaoxiao stopped recording temporarily and retrieved her personal camera. She proceeded to take selfies of herself in various areas in Yuan's room. Sometime later, she turned to look at the bed and swallowed nervously. I really shouldn't do this, but please forgive me for this. After positioning her camera and setting a timer, Xiaoxiao entered the bed and began posing in various poses. Click, click, click. The camera took a picture every 3 seconds and didn't stop until an entire minute later. Xiaoxiao checked the results afterward and was incredibly satisfied. This is definitely going into my collections, she giggled sheepishly. Yuan came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed several minutes later to find Xiaoxiao staring at her camera with a weird expression on her face. Chapter 1502, End of the Interview. Chapter 1502, End of the Interview. 1502, End of the Interview. I'm done. Yuan called out to Xiaoxiao, startling her, who was absorbed with her new collection. Right. Xiaoxiao hastily stowed away her personal camera and retrieved the one used for the interview. After taking a moment to look through her notes, she asked, Do you have any specific goal you're chasing in? I wanted to explore the entire world of when I first started. While that is true still, I have a different goal now, one that I'm still trying to comprehend fully. This goal was shared by all of his incarnations, so Yuan was certain that he would eventually have to face it even if he didn't know the details for now. A goal you don't comprehend? Sounds complicated, Xiaoxiao muttered. She continued, What is the Demon Sealing faction's relationship with the Eternal Lotuses? Rumors have been saying you fought the fiery locust swarm for them. We're in an alliance, and they were being bullied by the fiery locust swarm, so I decided to teach them a lesson. Oh, since when did you form the alliance with each other? Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered at his surprising news. It was established only recently. Since the fiery locust swarm is under the fiery garden of Hell's command, is your challenge to the fiery garden of Hell related to the eternal lotuses? No, my challenge to the fiery garden of Hell, or more specifically, Fiery Queen, has little to do with the eternal lotuses and is more personal. I guess that confirms the rumor about you and the Fiery Queen being on bad terms. Can you tell us the reason? Xiaoxiao asked. It's nothing crazy. We had a little skirmish inside. I wanted to keep our drama inside, but she decided to involve my friends and family outside of, so I am just responding to her provocation. Is that so? Then time passed quickly, and it was noon before Xiaoxiao was aware. Okay, let's end it here. I have more than enough material to make several movies. Xiaoxiao said with a satisfied smile. During the interview, she asked Yuan over 100 questions, most of which related to. Once again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to interview the Demon Sealing faction. Xiaoxiao bowed to him. In the future, if there's a chance, I would like to interview your journey in, too. Yuan nodded. If there's ever an opportunity, I will send you the interview first once I complete it. If there is anything you would like me to edit or remove, just let me know. Xiaoxiao stayed the night and joined them for breakfast the following day. After breakfast, Xiaoxiao went to the training ground to spar with Yuan. Xiaoxiao was only at the 5th level of Spirit Master, and she wielded a sword. Please go easy on me, she said. That's only natural. Otherwise, I would kill you in the blink of an eye. Yuan chuckled. You know what I mean? Then assess your current level first. Come at me with everything you've got. You saw how the others sparred with me yesterday, right? Fight as if your life depends on it. Don't worry about hurting me, because you won't be able to do so. Hearing his provocative words at the end, Xiaoxiao felt the urge to prove him wrong and quickly wore a serious expression on her face. Once she was prepared, Xiaoxiao lunged at Yuan and started attacking him with all of her power. Yuan didn't say anything and either dodged or blocked her attacks for the first few minutes. Once he fully understood Xiaoxiao's strengths and weaknesses, he started lecturing her through divine sense, even demonstrating it through their spar. Xiaoxiao rarely engaged in combat and never had an instructor. Her inexperience was evident in her stiff and awkward movements. It's been a while since I last fought someone this inexperienced. Yuan smiled inwardly. Their spar ended quickly because Xiaoxiao, despite going all out, didn't know how to utilize her energy properly and ended up wasting most of it. You're a complete beginner. I didn't expect this. Yuan said afterward. Xiaoxiao showed an embarrassed smile and said, I enjoy cultivating, but I don't enjoy fighting. It's okay to dislike fighting, but you should still prepare yourself for it. The world is becoming more dangerous, after all. I understand. They'll start training more often now. Sometime later, Xiaoxiao said goodbye to the Demon Sealing faction and left the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. Now that the interview is over, I'm going to return to Cultivation Online and start making my way to the 3rd heaven, Yuan said to the others. How long do you plan on staying down there? Shi Lang asked. Not long. I'm meeting up with Bai Lianhua to give her some things, that's all. Chu Shijian then asked, what about us? Should we come with you? You can stay in the 4th heaven and continue your training. Later that night, Yuan followed Meishio to her room to spend the night. Yuan, is everything okay? Do I look worried about something? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Not worried, but you have something on your mind, especially when you look at me. At least that's how it feels to me. She caressed his face and sighed. If there's anything you need to take off your chest, I am here. Yuan didn't immediately answer, but after a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, I recalled all of the evil god's memories. All of it? How many years of experience is that? Meishio stared at him with wide eyes. Thousands and thousands of years of slaughter and atrocities. I don't even know where to begin. I'm sorry. I want to understand, but I don't know how you feel. nor can I pretend to understand. Mei Xiu sighed, her heart heavy, knowing she couldn't assist him. Chapter 1503 Xiu Mei. Chapter 1503 Xiu Mei 1503 Xiu Mei seeing Mike see his beautiful face lying right next to him. Yuan pondered if he should tell her about her incarnation as Xiu Mei, that they'd been together in their previous lives. Since Li Jinxi and Chu Shijian are already beginning to recall their past life memories, it wouldn't be weird if Mei Xiu is also doing the same. As far as he knew, Mei Xiu could have already recalled all of her memories and was simply waiting for him. The reason he didn't outright tell Li Jinxi and Chu Shijian about their past lives was that he didn't want to force the memories upon them. Since they were already beginning to recall their pasts on their own, he saw no need to hasten the natural process, as it could potentially backfire. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. During my life as the evil god, I had a wife. We've known each other and been together since childhood. We had a child. She was my everything, and her name was Xiu Mei. Unfortunately, I was unable to protect her, and she was murdered along with our unborn child. Because of her death, I went on a rampage and killed countless people, not to mention the atrocities I've committed. While I get the chance, I'm going to apologize to her. Mei Xiu felt a weird sensation in her chest when she heard the name Xiu Mei. When you get the chance, I thought she passed away? Mei Xiu asked in a puzzled tone. Reincarnation is not unique to me. Unless their soul is shattered, everyone who dies will eventually be reincarnated. The only difference between them and me is our ability to remember our past lives, and there are other people other than me who can remember their past. There are others? How do you know that? Because two of them live among us. Huh? Who? Mei Xiu was surprised to hear this and immediately became curious. Li Jinxi and Lulu, but they don't remember everything and are still in the process. They also don't know that I know, so keep this a secret for me until they decide to tell us. Mei Xiu nodded and mumbled, so they also recall their past life. I wonder what my past life was like. Yuan smiled and asked, do you want to know? You know my past life? She stared at him with wide eyes. He silently acknowledged with a nod. Mei Xiu swallowed nervously and spoke, don't tell me. Xiu Mei, what makes you think that? Yuan was slightly surprised by her intuition. Just a feeling. I was right? He nodded. Yes. You were my wife when I was still the evil god. Mei Xiu fell silent. To think things would turn out like this, is this a coincidence, or are we bound by fate? She wondered inwardly, feeling blissful knowing that she was also with Yuan in their past life. Are you okay? Yuan asked when she remained silent, wondering if it was too shocking for her. Yes, I am just a little surprised by this information, and am not sure how to respond to it. However, I can say that I am very happy that you told me. Even if I might never remember it myself, I bet the time I spent with you was incredibly blissful. By the way, how do you know that it was my past life? For starters, you look exactly the same as Xiu Mei. Moreover, those around me in this life seem to have a close connection with me in my past life. Does this mean Lulu is also? Yes, Li Jinxi too. However, they are not related to the evil god, but my other incarnations instead. Mei Xiu wore a bewildered look on her face. This information shocked her more than her own reincarnation. Exactly how many past lives have you lived? She couldn't help but ask. I don't know, but I have memories of 7 so far. S7, that's a lot. Omicron M. If you consider how long this universe has existed, living 7 lives isn't that shocking. Yuan chuckled. Any questions? After a moment of silence, she asked, what was our daily life like? Before our marriage or after? Both. Then I'll start from when we first met. Prepare yourself, since this will take the entire night. Thus, Yuan spent the rest of the night recalling his memories with Xiu Mei to Mei Xiu. Mei Xiu would ask questions here and there. Was Xiu Mei on birth control pills? Why did it take so long for her to become pregnant? Not that I was aware of. It's unlikely, though, since she was always excited to have a child. Also, things work differently for female cultivators in general when it comes to giving birth. Due to the spiritual energy in their body, not only is it harder to become pregnant, but the time it takes for the child to come out also differs. So, while a mortal typically gives birth after 9 months of pregnancy, it could take years for a female cultivator to give birth. The difference is even larger for cultivators with a stronger cultivation. Is that so? Xiu muttered with a pondering look on her face. Are you interested in having a child? Yuan suddenly asked her. And no. Xiu hastily responded before continuing. I mean, I don't particularly care. Do you want one? Considering that you never saw your child in your past life, I wouldn't be surprised if you have the desire for one. So if you want one, I won't refuse. Yuan chuckled. While it's true that I have the desire to have a child, that desire belongs to Tian. As for myself, I still think I am too young for one, not to mention all of the ongoing changes in the world. Perhaps once everything settles down, if you say so. Xiu nodded. The following day, Yuan returned to cultivation online. Meanwhile, Xiu went to find Wang Xiaoying. How can I help you, Xiu? You're an alchemist, correct? Do you know if there are any pills for birth control? Huh? Birth control pills? Of course. Why are you? A cheeky smile appeared on Wang Xiaoying's face as she came to a realization. Do you want me to concoct you some? A single one will last for an entire year. They last that long, Xiu said in a surprised tone. How effective are they? Pretty much 100% effectiveness. However, there's an extremely tiny chance that one could still be impregnated. That said, it's so small that it can be ignored. Do you mind making me some? I'll pay for them, Xiu said, as she was getting tired of consuming the typical birth control pills that required her to eat them daily, causing her to leave cultivation online constantly. In fact, she missed a few days because she was too absorbed in her training in cultivation online. Fortunately, it had been some time since she last embraced Yuan. If I want to train properly without any distractions, these pills are a necessity. Xiu thought to herself, you don't need to pay me. These pills are cheap and easy to make. I'll have them ready in an hour. Wang Xiaoying said. Xiu nodded. Thank you. After Xiu left her room, Wang Xiaoying mumbled to herself, should I make some for Chu Shijian as well? As he spectated the situation before him from safe distance, Yuan watched as the banished souls attempted to enter the black portal, only to be bounced off it, almost as though they had run into an invisible wall right before the exit. Only those with a physical body may leave through that exit, hence why we've been stuck in here since the primordial realm. Yuning sighed when she saw this familiar scene. Once upon a time, she had been among the banished souls in this place, relentlessly attempting to escape the shadow realm. She mindlessly bashed against the invisible wall for hundreds, even thousands of years before she finally gave up and accepted her fate to rot within the shadow realm. Qiyuan suffered a similar fate. In fact, every banished soul within the shadow realm had attempted to escape at least once. Though none had succeeded on their own, it didn't deter the others from trying. What are you waiting for? Qiyuan asked when Yuan hadn't tried to leave for many minutes. Yuan explained the situation to them. There is a formidable spirit waiting for me outside. I am just taking a moment to prepare myself. By the way, this exit will take me to the Vanishing Valley, where I originally entered the Shadow Realm, correct? I know there are multiple entrances to the Shadow Realm throughout the 9 heavens, so how can I be sure this exit will lead me back to the Vanishing Valley and not somewhere else? He asked. I don't think you need to worry about that, young master. The Shadow Realm tracks where you entered from and will automatically take you back there. Yuning said, is that so? Yuan remained still for a few more minutes before making a move. He unleashed his cultivation to the maximum, causing the surroundings to tremble. Then, he flew toward the black portal. The banished souls were immediately alerted by Yuan's presence. Upon seeing that he had a physical body, they rushed at him like a group of starving beasts. Human, physical body, Omicron escape. The strength of the banished souls varied greatly. Some were weak, while others were as powerful as immortals. Yuan didn't dare to underestimate them and unleashed his soul strength. Unlike before, he wasn't just trying to scare them. He was determined to destroy them. Scram! He activated Dragon's Gaze at its full power. When the banished souls were struck by Dragon's Gaze, most were destroyed before they could even utter a sound. The stronger banished souls were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the fear of their souls being shattered. Yuan didn't pause for a split second and continued shooting toward the black portal, disappearing from the Shadow Realm a second later. After exiting the Shadow Realm, Yuan didn't stop moving and even accelerated his movement technique. Meanwhile, before Yuan could even leave the Shadow Realm fully, the sword spirit resting above the giant's sword immediately sensed the change in the atmosphere and turned to look at the location that was causing the disturbance. He's back. The sword spirit clenched her fists in anticipation and prepared to seize him the moment he appeared. Chapter 15:05 Sword Spirit. Chapter 15:05 Sword Spirit. 15:05 Sword Spirit. After leaving the Shadow Realm, Yuan didn't stop to see where Head exited and continued speeding forward. He wasn't sure if the sword spirit could leave the giant sword or how far he had to travel before her attacks could no longer reach him, so he could only pray for the best. The moment he returned to the Vanishing Valley, he could immediately sense the sword spirit's gaze on him, sending chills throughout his entire being. What a powerful spirit! I have never felt such a profound cultivation before, either. Yuning cried out loud after seeing the sword spirit with her own eyes. Heavens! If such a being existed during the primordial era, it could have easily slaughtered the celestial emperor and his army by itself. Qiyuan was left in awe by her almighty presence. The sword spirit narrowed her gaze on the majestic sword in Yuan's grasp. After confirming that it was indeed the Empyrean overlord, she muttered in a trembling voice, "I have been looking for you." However, she suddenly frowned, and her expression turned grim. Her entire body trembled in anger, and her body seethed with immense, killing intent. "Who the fuck is that bitch?" The sword spirit's voice, infused with her immense cultivation base, boomed, creating a profound ripple that swept through the entire Vanishing Valley and beyond, resounding throughout the entire fourth heaven in the blink of an eye. The sword spirit boasted a profound cultivation at the peak of the God Ascension realm, essentially the apex of the cultivation world, just below a cultivation god. With so few people achieving cultivation god status since the primordial era, those who reached the 9th level of the God Ascension realm were considered the pinnacle of power. The presence of God Ascension realm cultivators should not exist within the fourth heaven, so her aura enveloping the world sent it into turmoil, shocking and terrifying all the experts there. Normally, the heavens would intervene and try to restrict cultivators who did not belong there or force them to ascend, but the Vanishing Valley was a unique location that ignored the laws of heaven. So as long as the sword spirit remained inside its space, it was essentially untouchable. As for Yuan, who was the closest to the sword spirit, his movements were immediately suppressed, and a crushing sensation forced him to his knees. This overwhelming pressure was a new experience for Yuan, even with the evil god's memories. His peak was only at the 6th level of the God Ascension realm during the evil god's prime, and he did not have to fight anyone at the peak of the God Ascension realm. So this is what it's like to be at the top of the cultivation world. Instead of fearing for his life, an excited smile appeared on Yuan's face. However, even with all of his powerful treasures and the golden immortal physique, Yuan found himself unable to stand up, much less run away. The difference between the God Ascension realm and his current level was simply too vast and insurmountable. Meanwhile, the sword spirit leaped off the giant sword and landed right in front of Yuan a split second later. Yuan had to use all his strength just to lift his head high enough to look at the sword spirit's face. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty, standing tall with an elegant, slender frame that exudes noble grace. Her hair is a cascade of obsidian black, falling in silky waves that shimmered subtly even when surrounded by darkness. Her eyes are a striking contrast, gleaming with the richness of molten gold. They hold a depth and intensity that can captivate anyone who meets her gaze. Besides her aura, the sword spirit was indistinguishable from a human being. Although this was Yuan's first time seeing her, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered her in another lifetime. While Yuan gazed at her face, which exuded coldness that could freeze an entire continent, the sword spirit's eyes were fixed on the Empyrean overlord in his grasp. "You, how dare you permit another presence within my body, especially a woman?" The sword spirit muttered in a grim voice, laden with killing intent, as if she was on the verge of strangling him. "What do you mean?" Yuan's eyes widened at her unexpected words. "Silence, you unfaithful bastard. I didn't spend thousands of years in this gloomy place for this nonsense." She interrupted, raising her hand in a chopping gesture. "You deserve death for this betrayal." The sword spirit's entire being gushed with killing intent, and she swung her arm before Yuan could even utter another word. "Brother Yuan." Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded as her body, in the form of a cloud of purple mist, emerged from his body and carried him out of the path of the sword spirit's attack. Sha! The path cleaved by the sword spirit's strike split in half, birthing a long and profound earth fissure that could easily swallow entire cities with ease. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw the result. The sword spirit definitely acted with the intent to kill him. Heavens! She wasn't joking about killing me, he cried inwardly. He then noticed the sword spirit preparing for a second strike. Seeing this, he hastily said, "Wait, you are the Empyrean overlord spirit, right?" The sword spirit suddenly halted her movements. Just as Yuan thought that she had calmed down, the sword spirit began trembling again, her body seething with uncontrollable rage. "So you don't even recognize me anymore?" An unfathomable aura exuded from her body, and it was strong enough to completely obliterate anything in its path if released through a martial technique. "My lord, it's going to destroy the fourth heaven at this rate." Ran cried out loud. "You must do something to stop this spirit, young master." Yuning also cried, her voice filled with dread. Sensing the desperate situation, the Empyrean overlord began trembling, and from deep within, a memory long concealed emerged, surfacing in Yuan's mind. Chapter 1506 Three Major Paths. Chapter 1506 Three Major Paths. 1506 Three Major Paths. Have you heard? The sword saint, Zhu Minji, met his demise when his weapon shattered mid-battle against the spear devil, Lei Zhan. Yuan could hear the people around him mumbling as he casually enjoyed his food in a noodle shop. How is that possible? He wielded the Heaven Splitter, a mythic-grade spiritual treasure, a creation of the heaven and earth blacksmith, Han Bing. Such a formidable weapon would be unbreakable even by a true immortal. Well, the spear devil has the Heaven Piercer, an Empyrean-grade spiritual treasure created by the eternal blacksmith, and it specializes in breaking weapons. The heavenly blacksmith and the eternal blacksmith, They've been rivals since they were mere apprentice blacksmiths thousands of years ago, fighting for the title of God of creation. Now, they both stand at the top of the world as divine blacksmiths, being one step behind their goal. However, the eternal blacksmith managed to create an Empyrean-grade treasure first, so I guess he's better. They may be amazing, but are they worthy of the God of creation title? Only those who can create celestial-grade treasures should be worthy of that position. There are three major secondary paths a cultivator can pursue. The first and most popular involves studying medicine to support the world with their pills. They are alchemists. The The second path belongs to array masters, whose formations and arrays can influence the world on a grand scale. The most common and sought-after formations are defensive ones, typically established around sex and powerful family households. The third and final path, which is also the least popular and most difficult to master, is that of the blacksmiths. They are responsible for crafting the weapons and artifacts that aid cultivators in battle. There are other paths one could take, but those are considered niche when compared to the major three. While one could argue which of these three major paths benefits cultivators the most, it is undeniable that all are foundational to the cultivation world and even the mortal world. The world would look vastly different if even one of these paths were missing. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith are impressive, no doubt, but their names are already well known. I've heard rumors of a rising blacksmith with a mysterious background. They say that Head crafted a spirit-grade weapon that could outshine even peak-quality Earth-grade weapons. Huh, what kind of nonsense is that? As if a weapon like that could exist. Unlike cultivation, a treasure's grade is absolute. So, if a spirit-grade weapon can outshine an Earth-grade weapon, it should be classified as Earth-grade. Who even is this mysterious blacksmith? I consider myself quite knowledgeable in this field, but how come I've never heard of him? People immediately doubted this information. I don't know much about him. All I know is that he appeared out of thin air with weapons of unparalleled perfection that make everything else look fragile and imperfect in comparison. Yuan, who had been silently listening to their conversation this entire time, suddenly spoke. That blacksmith's name is Tian Qiyuan. You better weld that name into your soul, because he'll eventually conquer the world with unrivaled treasures. Everyone in the store turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. Tian Qiyuan? Never heard of him. What about you? Nope. He's definitely a nobody. Hearing their words, Yuan stood up and approached their table. With a nonchalant expression, he retrieved a sword from his storage pouch and placed it on the table before them. This is. As the doubters beheld the perfect sword before them, their eyes widened in shock. They swallowed nervously, and their hands subconsciously reached out to touch it. However, before any of them could touch it, Yuan reclaimed the sword and tossed it inside his storage pouch. That sword. Where did you get it? I have never seen such a perfect sword before. Please, let me see it again, just for a few more seconds. Independent Illinois, buy it off you. How much do you want? This noodle shop was frequented by the city's blacksmiths, and they were all experienced enough to gauge a weapon's quality with a single glance. Despite the sword being a mere heaven-grade treasure, it surpassed all expectations, transcending even the pinnacle of peak-quality treasures they had encountered before. That sword was crafted by none other than Tian Qiyuan, Yuan announced proudly. And where did you find him? I must confirm his skills with my own eyes. Yuan shook his head and said, Unfortunately, Tian Qiyuan is a wandering blacksmith, so you'll have a hard time tracking him. When I encountered him by chance, he gave me the sword, asking me to spread his name in exchange. Then he'll buy the sword off you. He'll pay you what a peak-quality divine-grade weapon would cost for it. Someone there offered. He'll pay you enough to purchase any low-quality ancient-grade treasure. It quickly turned into a bid, as if they were at an auction house. However, Yuan merely shook his head and said, Sorry, the sword's not for sale. And before any of the blacksmiths could utter another word, he vanished from the store like a ghost, leaving everyone speechless. Rumors of Tian Qiyuan began spreading like wildfire among blacksmiths worldwide after that event, which took place at Starforge Sanctuary, a renowned city dedicated to training blacksmiths and where countless famous blacksmiths were created. It was also the birthplace of the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and the Eternal Blacksmith. Shortly after Tian Qiyuan's name became widespread, his weapons started showing up in auction houses. At first, only spirit-grade treasures were sold, but the quality and grade of the treasure gradually increased throughout the years. These treasures were highly sought after not only by cultivators, but also by blacksmiths eager to study them. However, despite countless attempts at analysis, nobody was able to replicate their craftsmanship. Even peak blacksmiths, such as the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and the Eternal Blacksmith, were unable to replicate Tian Qiyuan's creations. This further skyrocketed his fame and reputation to heights most blacksmiths could only dream of. Chapter 1507 Tian Qiyuan. Chapter 1507 Tian Qiyuan. 1507 Tian Qiyuan. In an auction house somewhere in 8th heaven, a tall figure wearing a fiery red mask approached one of the workers there and said, "I have a weapon that I would like to sell here." Without turning his head, the worker glanced at this figure and gave him a quick assessment. The figure, shrouded in a ragged cloak that seemed to have been scorched by fire, stood there with an air of mystery. His cultivation, a mere golden immortal, didn't seem to match the unique aura that emanated from him, leaving the worker perplexed. "If you want to sell your trash, you can go elsewhere. This place isn't a place for beggars either, so scram." The worker sneered. The masked figure's voice rang out, clear and defiant. In response to the worker's mocking words, "Oh? So, this place is so grand that it deems a weapon crafted by the exalted blacksmith, Tian Qiyuan, to be trash? I suppose he'll heed your advice and find a more appreciative place elsewhere." The masked figure's voice was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. "What? A weapon crafted by the exalted blacksmith? Is that true? The last one was sold over 500 years ago, and it was an ancient grade treasure that fetched a price that rivals even peak-quality Empyrean-grade treasures. Who called a weapon crafted by the exalted blacksmith trash? Get over here, and let me give you a good beating." Every time a treasure related to the exalted blacksmith is revealed, it sends ripples through the 9 heavens, igniting fervor and awe. Even the most successful auction house, the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion, would get on its knees and beg for one to be sold there. Yet in this tiny place, they dare to call one useless. The worker standing before the masked figure immediately turned pale upon hearing the people around him, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Why didn't you say it was a weapon created by the exalted blacksmith in the first place? You must be lying to save face." The worker refused to believe the person in front of him would have something so valuable. The masked man didn't utter another word and retrieved a beautiful purple sword. The moment the sword appeared, the atmosphere in the auction house shifted, as if it were in the presence of something extraordinary. The worker choked on his own saliva after seeing the sword, and loud gasps of shock could be heard in every direction. It's a mythic-grade weapon. This refined aura, that flawless appearance, and the distinctive signature on the blade. It's undeniably a treasure crafted by the one and only exalted blacksmith, Tian Qiyuan. It's finally happened. The exalted blacksmith has finally stepped into the rank of Grand Blacksmith. He's only one step away from becoming a divine blacksmith, like Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith. To advance in rank as a blacksmith, one must successfully craft a treasure corresponding to the desired rank. For example, crafting a spirit-grade treasure earns the title of apprentice blacksmith, while crafting earth-grade treasures elevates one to expert blacksmith. "Please, let me buy it off you. I will pay you as much as you want." The people in the auction house surrounded him and started offering to buy the sword, all of them offering unbelievable amounts of money for it. However, the masked figure merely shook his head and said, "If you want it, fight for it." The people there exchanged glances with each other and prepared to turn the auction house into a battlefield. Seeing this, the masked man quickly continued, "I mean with your money, in a proper setting. It was going to happen in this auction house, but it will have to be delayed due to circumstances. But this is a good opportunity to spread the news more." Please wait a moment, esteemed guest." Someone suddenly approached him in a hasty manner, his body soaked in sweat. "I am a manager of this auction house. Please do not leave. I will execute this useless fool who doesn't have eyes. Please give us another chance. We won't disappoint you again." The masked man looked at the manager, and, without saying a word, turned around and walked out of the building, leaving the manager utterly devastated. Any auction house blessed by the exalted blacksmith treasure would inevitably acquire a massive amount of reputation. But this place actually dared to chase such an opportunity away. What a pity. The other customers also started walking out of the auction house shortly after, as they did not want to be associated with the auction house. News of this event quickly spread like wildfire throughout the 9 heavens. In order to save whatever face and reputation they had left, the auction house forced the worker who chased away the masked man to kneel on the streets until his inevitable death. Meanwhile, the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion extended a public invitation to the masked man, imploring him to grace their auction house with the sale of his extraordinary weapon. The masked man accepted their invitation and scheduled the auction to begin in 1 month, allowing people worldwide some time to prepare. Once news spread, not only did people flock to the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion, but even powerhouses from the 9th heaven made the journey to the 8th heaven solely to participate in the auction. From renowned families to powerful sects to individual collectors, a sea of people made their way to the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion the moment they heard about the auction. While the rest of the world was scrambling to gather enough money for the auction, Tian Qiyuan spent his time strolling through the street like a tourist, stuffing his mouth with all sorts of food. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and so many people showed up to the auction that the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion had to hastily change its location just to accommodate more participants. Yet, there was not enough space for everyone. So many had to participate from afar through treasures. Chapter 1508 Violet Dream. Chapter 1508 Violet Dream, 1508 Violet Dream. Look over there. That's the heaven and earth blacksmith. The eternal blacksmith is here as well. These 2 renowned divine blacksmiths were quickly identified within the crowd. While the participants of the auction grew increasingly excited for the upcoming auction, Tian Qiyuan himself just arrived at the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion while wearing his red mask. Welcome, esteemed guest. I am Qinglinger, the manager of the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion. Allow me to extend our deepest gratitude for entrusting us with the honor of auctioning your precious treasure. Qinglinger bowed to him in a respectful manner, not daring to repeat the other auction house's mistake. If you have any requests, don't hesitate to ask. Tian Qiyuan nodded and said, Then I would like to have a word with the participants before we begin auctioning my sword. Of course, that can be arranged. Anything else? No, that's all for now. May I ask for the esteemed guest's name? If you wish to remain anonymous, that is fine as well. You'll know my name once the auction begins, he said. I understand. Qinglinger didn't question him any further. The auction began sometime later. However, as the main event, Tian Qiyuan's weapon would be sold last, with over 100 treasures being sold before it. There were a lot of enticing treasures and even miracle elixirs, but none of the powerhouses even bothered to pay attention, as they were only at the auction for one thing. Several hours later, it was finally Tian Qiyuan's weapon's turn to be sold. Thank you all for visiting our Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion today. We will start the bid for the Exalted Blacksmith's mythic gray treasure soon. But first, the seller would like to have a few words with everyone. Qinglinger announced to the participants. Tian Qiyuan approached the stage after receiving the signal. Countless gazes immediately fell upon him, most of them filled with curiosity as they wondered about his identity and how he acquired Tian Qiyuan's treasure. After a moment of silence to build up the tension, Tian Qiyuan spoke. Hello, everyone. This is my first time appearing publicly like this. My name is Tian Qiyuan, and some of you might know me as the Exalted Blacksmith. What? That's Tian Qiyuan, the Exalted Blacksmith in the flesh. Is this real? Many people stood up in shock after hearing this revelation. I'm aware that many of you are skeptical of my identity and are expecting me to show my face next. Unfortunately, I wish to keep my face a secret, so I won't be removing my mask or anything today. Tian Qiyuan spoke in a calm voice. He proceeded to retrieve the purple sword head planned on selling today, instantly causing the audience to gasp in shock and awe. This is my first mythic-grade treasure. I call it the Violet Dream. Although it's only a mythic-grade treasure, it has the prowess to rival even Empyrean-grade treasures. It has a special effect that can create illusions, and anyone below God Ascension realm struck by it will enter a deep slumber that can only be reversed with the sword. The audience immediately began mumbling to each other about the sword's ability. What a powerful sounding ability. Too bad it only works against those below the God Ascension realm. Are you hearing yourself? How many people are in the God Ascension realm at this moment? This is a priceless treasure with an extremely powerful effect. I must get my hands on it, even if I have to sell all of my belongings and become homeless. However, Tian Qiyuan was not finished speaking, and he continued, "Now, with the introduction out of the way, I have a special announcement to make. Starting today, after this auction, I will be accepting weapon crafting commissions, and whoever purchases my Violet Dream today will receive priority." The entire place fell silent as everyone digested this information. Once they realized what it meant, the auction house erupted into a crazed frenzy. The exalted blacksmith will accept commissions. Heavens! I never thought this day would come. Omicron him, ha ha ha. I cannot wait to have my dream weapon crafted by him. A few moments later, Tian Qiyuan continued. For the payment, I will only accept two methods of payment. The first is spirit jades. The second is any material that is on this list. Tian Qiyuan retrieved a scroll and revealed a long list of rare materials written on it. If you have any material on this list, I will accept that as payment, and you'll also receive priority. In fact, I would like to purchase it from you. The experienced blacksmiths instantly recognized that the list of materials was intended for crafting treasures. Heavens, how many, or what kind of ridiculous treasures is he trying to create with that many rare materials? Even a single material on that list would make a weapon priceless. Eternal Blacksmith muttered to himself with a pondering face. Not even celestial-grade treasures would require that many rare materials. Is he trying to create something that surpasses celestial grade? Not even a god of creation would have such ambitions. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith sighed out loud. Sometime later, Tian Qiyuan said, "Then I will stop delaying the auction and take my leave now." He turned around and walked away, leaving the Violet Dream behind. The auction commenced shortly, and a frenzied battle for the treasure began. While the treasure itself was highly sought after, it paled in comparison to the value of securing priority for Tian Qiyuan's commission. Tian Qiyuan didn't stay to watch the auction and spent his time in the VIP room drinking tea and listening to music performed by beautiful experts. In the end, the Violet Dream sold for the price of a celestial-grade treasure, a shocking amount that left even the auction house speechless. Here are your earnings after deducting our house fees. Qinglinger handed him a spatial ring loaded with enough spirit jade to create a large sect and fund it for 100,000 years. Chapter 1509 Sword Goddess. Chapter 1509 Sword Goddess. 1509 Sword Goddess. Who won the auction? Tian Qiyuan asked after storing away the money. That would be the Sword Goddess of the unrivaled Nine Swords sect, said Qinglinger. Sword Goddess? Never heard of her before. Tian Qiyuan casually commented. She is a prodigious sword master in the supreme heaven, renowned for being the first to achieve a level of sword aura that surpasses even the enhanced sword aura. I believe she named it Supreme Sword Aura. Do you wish to speak with her? She's still at the auction house. Tian Qiyuan nodded, sure. Then I'll go inform her right now. Please wait a little, Senior Exalted Blacksmith. After learning of Tian Qiyuan's identity, the Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion's attitude toward him changed. While they showed him respect at first, it wasn't directed at the person himself, but the weapon he was carrying until they realized his true identity as the exalted blacksmith. Sometime later, Qing Linger returned with another individual by her side. She was an exceedingly beautiful woman. With a tall and slender body, long black hair, and golden eyes, she exuded an aura of dominance and pride. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Senior Tian. I am Xijian, one of 9 unrivaled sword from the unrivaled 9-sword sect." Xijian bowed to him with the violet dream in her grasp. Tian Qiyuan nodded. "The violet dream already suits you very much, Miss Z. If you wish to commission me for a treasure, you will always have priority for a single commission. Then I would immediately like to commission you for another sword," she quickly said without an ounce of hesitation in her voice. "Is this sword for yourself or someone else?" he asked. "For myself." "All right, here are my terms. First, you'll give me a brief description of what you're looking for in your sword. If you don't have any idea, I can make it based on your current abilities. 2, you'll supply me with all of the materials for the sword. 3, I will need half of the payment up front and the other half once the sword is completed. If you're paying me with one of the materials on my list, I won't need any upfront payment. Lastly, I will only make 1 weapon per commission. Also, I won't accept any deadlines or tolerate being rushed. And don't even think about scamming me, because you'll regret it dearly. Do you agree with my terms?" Xijian then said, "I agree. As for the payment, I have 2 of the materials you want. What kind of sword can I get with them?" "Which 2 materials?" he inquired. "The Empyrean gold and tempered glacial steel." Tian Qiyuan pondered for a moment before responding. "For these 2 materials, I am willing to create a peak-quality mystic-grade sword for you." "Deal." Xijian quickly agreed. "Then I'll visit the unrivaled 9-sword sect in a month for the details of your sword, unless you have another preferred meeting spot. You can come here." As if prepared beforehand, Xijian retrieved a jade slip that contained information about a specific location and handed it to him. After checking the information inside the jade slip, Tian Qiyuan nodded and said, "Then I will see you exactly a month from today. Thank you for purchasing my violet dream." Just as Tian Qiyuan turned around to leave, Xijian suddenly said, "Before you go, can I get your autograph?" "Sure." Tian Qiyuan had no reason to refuse such a simple request. Xijian took out a piece of black cloth and asked, "Can you sign this?" Tian Qiyuan raised an eyebrow when he saw the cloth's unique shape. This is my underwear. It's my favorite, too." Omicron M. Qing Linger's eyes widened with disbelief when she heard Xijian's shocking words. She thought it was a joke, but when she saw Xijian's dead serious expression, Qing Linger began doubting if she was in reality or inside an illusion. "You're serious?" Tian Qiyuan had to make sure she wasn't messing with him. "Of course." Xijian confirmed with a confident head nod, leaving him speechless. After a long moment of silence, Tian Qiyuan asked, "How do you want me to sign it?" "You can just write your name on it using spiritual energy. I don't care if it's damaged." "Okay." Tian Qiyuan began writing his name on the piece of cloth by scribbling on it with his finger, which was imbued with spiritual energy, essentially engraving his name on the cloth. After fulfilling her request, Tian Qiyuan cleared his throat and spoke in a stiff tone. "Then I will take my leave now." He disappeared into thin air the next moment. Xijian stared at the signed underwear with a profound smile on her face. Qing Linger's body trembled at the sight. To her knowledge, Xijian was an unfeeling, aloof figure who had never opened her heart to anyone, dedicating every fiber of her being to the mastery of the sword. However, Xijian's actions just now contradicted everything Qing Linger knew about her. "They'll take my leave as well," Xijian calmly said a moment later, acting like nothing strange had happened. In the following days, Tian Qiyuan sought information about the sword goddess, Xijian. However, he wasn't inquiring about her because of her weird request or because he was interested in her. Since he was going to make a sword for her, he was simply doing his due diligence as a blacksmith. After all, how could he possibly craft a sword tailored to someone he knows nothing about? Until their meeting, Tian Qiyuan learned everything he could about Xijian through public knowledge. Her demeanor, nature, habits, and whatnot. However, some of the information he gathered contradicted the Xian he met. Although their meeting wasn't long, it was enough for him to understand her character a little. Xian, huh? What a peculiar woman. Qiyuan chuckled. Once it was time for their scheduled meeting, Qiyuan made his way to the location inside the jade slip Xian gave him. Chapter 1510, A Dangerous Obsession. Chapter 1510, 8 Dangerous Obsession. 1510, 8 Dangerous Obsession. Since Yuan has never been to the Supreme Heaven, Xian arranged for their meeting somewhere in the 8th heaven. Upon arriving at their designated meeting spot, Yuan looked around with his divine sense, but couldn't see any buildings or Xian's presence in a 1,000-mile radius. Even weirder, he was in the middle of nowhere. However, just as he prepared to look around, the empty space before him began to rend apart, as though the very fabric of reality had been cleaved by an unseen force. From this spatial rift, a figure emerged, stepping into the world with an air of otherworldly authority and a face of peerless beauty. Xian showed a gentle smile and said, "I created an entrance to my humble world here before I returned to the Supreme Heaven. Please come inside." Yuan nodded and followed her to her world. Much like Senior Bei's realm, accessible through the myriad of techniques, Xian's world resided in a separate dimension, far removed from the 9th heaven. But compared to Senior Bei's somewhat empty realm, which consisted entirely of flying pavilions, Xian's world was a realm of countless swords and a single floating island that housed a solitary building. The swords hovered in the air like scattered clouds, forming a path that led to the building in the distance. As Qiyuan followed Xian, he inspected the swords with his divine sense. Their grades varied from spirit grade to Empyrean grade, yet one thing remained consistent: their excellent quality, all being peak quality swords. This is a unique way to display your collection. It's an impressive collection as well. Qiyuan casually commented on it. To his surprise, Xian said, "I'm not actually displaying them. They used to be stored in my vault, but after I learned of the existence of your swords and acquired one for my collection, I couldn't bear to keep them in the same space. So I tossed them out here." "Is that so?" Qiyuan mumbled, unsure whether to feel honored by her appreciation for his creations or to sympathize with the unknown maker of the swords she had discarded in such a fashion because of him. Upon reaching the island, Xian led him straight to the building and said, "This is my private living quarters. You're the first one ever to visit this place. To bring me to such a personal place, even though we're practically strangers. I feel honored." "I don't see you as a stranger," she quickly said. "I have collected many of your swords and spent many years with them. They say a blacksmith's creation embodies a fragment of their creator's soul. So, in a way, we've known each other for a very long time." The next moment, they stepped into the building. Its interior was opulent yet understated, exuding a sense of luxury without extravagance. The atmosphere was cozy, with a natural soothing aura permeating the air. Though the building appeared sizable from the outside, it housed only a small living room and a bedroom, with the remainder of the space dedicated to her extensive sword collection, at least before most of them were tossed out and replaced by Qiyuan swords. "Please have a seat." Xian gestured at the couch by the purple-fired fireplace. Once they were both seated, Qiyuan asked, "So, what kind of sword do you want me to make for you?" "I will let you decide." "Are you sure?" She nodded solemnly and spoke. "I commissioned you not out of necessity, but out of desire. I do not wish to defile your creation with my ideas, so I don't care what I want. Just like your other creations, I want this sword crafted solely by you, but I want you to think of me when you make it." Despite Xian's enigmatic demeanor, Qiyuan accepted her request with determination. "I understand. I will craft a sword that I believe will be perfect for you, and I will only think of you during the process," he affirmed. Although Qiyuan was wearing a mask, Xian could feel his intense stare through the mask. Additionally, when the words that she would only hear in her dreams were uttered in reality by the person in her dreams, a profound change occurred within her, causing her body to tremble in delight. Xian's breath quickened, and her eyes locked onto Tian Qiyuan with a deep sense of yearning. Should I just make him mine right here and now? She pondered inwardly. Little did Tian Qiyuan know, Xian was an ardent admirer of his creations to extreme levels. Despite possessing numerous Empyrean grade and even Celestial grade swords, Xian had found herself utterly charmed by one of Tian Qiyuan's creations, despite it being only of spirit grade quality at the time. Such was the allure of his craftsmanship that it transcended the boundaries of material worth, capturing her heart with its unique charm. As Tian Qiyuan's skill refined and his creations became even more exquisite with each creation, Xian's admiration for his work only deepened. Eventually, her infatuation soon morphed into a dangerous obsession, reaching a point where she was willing to go to extreme lengths, even resorting to violence, to obtain his coveted creations. Her crazed obsession quickly earned her the nickname of Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic. However, since she was always disguised, nobody knew her true identity as the Sword Goddess. If the world somehow learned of this, not even the heavens would be able to predict their reaction. Xian was an expert at the 7th level of the God Ascension realm, while Tian Qiyuan was only a golden immortal. If she were to force herself upon him in this secluded world, there was nothing he could do about it. However, Xian quickly regained control of her emotions and refrained from doing something so barbaric for now. Now, then, can you tell me more about yourself? For example, your hobbies, your likes and dislikes, and even habits. I will also need to examine your swordsmanship later, Tian Qiyuan said to her a moment later, unaware of the dangerous thoughts flowing through Xian's mind. With pleasure, Xian responded with a profound smile on her beautiful face. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.